They abducted him, pumped him full of alien death, and thought they could control the result. Big fucking mistake. This biomass monster regenerated from puddles, consumed entire villain networks, then consumed the symbol of evil himself. This virus-ridden monster became the apex. Big back, bigger body count, and zero fucks left for anyone still standing in his way.
Welcome, legends, to Chronos Recom. I wrote this story myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-ifs you want to see, drop it in the comments below. Also, just wanted to let you know I've got a Patreon set up now for anyone who wants to support the channel directly. You can get early access to stories, submit direct fan requests, and get exclusive content. It's totally optional, but if you want to help keep these stories coming, check it out. Links in the description. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and hit that bell so you never miss an upload. Let's dive into this story.
Izuku Midoriya was 14 years old, quirkless, and invisible. He lived in Musutafu with his mother in a 2-bedroom apartment filled with All Might merchandise and hero analysis notebooks that nobody ever asked him to write. And he carried 14 of those notebooks everywhere he went, packed with handwriting so dense it could have been code. Breakdowns of every hero's fighting style, their weaknesses, their support gear, the timing of their quirk activations down to fractions of a second. He was brilliant in the way that nobody rewards. The world looked at him and saw a blank space where a quirk should have been, and it moved on. His teachers moved on. His classmates moved on. The boy who wanted to save people more than anyone else alive was filed under impossible by every system designed to sort children into futures, and that was supposed to be the end of his story. It was. Dr. Kyudai Garaki found Izuku's file in a national registry of quirkless individuals aged 12 to 16. A quirkless body is clean. There is no quirk factor embedded in the genome, no secondary mutation running interference with foreign biological agents, no immune system handshake with a power that might reject an invasive organism. Garaki needed a blank canvas. He needed a human body with zero internal resistance to total cellular replacement. Izuku Midoriya fit every parameter. The abduction happened on a Tuesday night in October. Izuku was walking home from a convenience store with a bag of groceries, rice, eggs, his mother's favorite tea. A van pulled alongside him on a residential street with broken streetlights. The needle hit his neck before he could turn his head. He was unconscious before the bag hit the ground. The groceries scattered across the sidewalk. Eggs cracked, tea packets split open. Nobody saw it happen. He woke up once during transport, a glimpse of a sterile hallway, the smell of antiseptic and something else, something organic and wrong, like rotting meat held at exactly the wrong temperature, restraints on his wrists. A second needle, then nothing. The underground facility was buried beneath an industrial district 40 kilometers outside Musutafu. One of 12 Nomu production labs operating under All for One's directive. Garaki's team strapped Izuku to a steel operating table under fluorescent lights that buzzed at a frequency designed to mask screaming. They administered strain DX1018C, a bioengineered pathogen derived from a viral sample that predated quirks, something old and alien and hungry, directly into his bloodstream via central line catheter. The virus hit his system like acid poured into clean water. 6 minutes. That's how long it took for his heart to stop. The monitors flatlined. His core temperature dropped. Brain activity ceased across all measurable frequencies. The attending researchers logged his time of death at 11:47 p.m., marked the experiment as a failure in the same database that held 400 other failed subjects, and zipped the body into a black polyethylene bag. They wheeled it into cold storage alongside 6 other bags from that week's batch. Then the body bag moved. The zipper tore from the inside. Fingers, wrong fingers, too long, tipped with something that caught the fluorescent light like volcanic glass, punched through the polyethylene and ripped it open in one savage motion. The body sat up. The face was still Izuku Midoriya's face. The freckles, the green hair matted with sweat, the wide green eyes. But the eyes were ringed with red. And beneath the skin of his forearms, rivers of black and crimson biomass pulsed in visible patterns, moving like something alive and separate from the body it inhabited. His chest heaved. His mouth opened. The sound that came out was half gasp and half growl, guttural and resonant, in a frequency that made the metal table vibrate. He rolled off the table and hit the floor on his hands and knees. The cold storage room was dim, backup lighting only, the kind that makes everything look blue-gray and dead. His hands pressed against the concrete and he could feel everything, the chemical composition of the floor, the vibration of generators 3 stories below, the heartbeats of 2 living bodies beyond the steel door to his left. His senses were functioning at a range and intensity that his brain, whatever his brain was now, could barely contain. He was drowning in information. He was also furious. The memory was immediate and total. The needle, the van, the restraints. The moment his body had started to reject itself, every nerve ending firing at maximum, while something rewrote him from the inside out. He remembered dying. He remembered the exact second his consciousness had folded inward and collapsed, and he remembered coming back, the virus pulling him up out of the black like a hand reaching into deep water and dragging a drowned man back to the surface. He was alive. He was changed. He was starving. The door opened. A guard in tactical gear stepped through with a flashlight and a sidearm, doing a routine check on cold storage. He swept the light across the room, saw the ripped body bag, and had exactly 1 second to process the figure crouching on the floor before the figure moved. The guard fired. The bullet punched through Izuku's chest just below the collarbone and exited out his back. It hurt, a white flash of pain that was there and gone like a camera's shutter. He looked down. The hole was already closing. Black tendrils, no thicker than fishing line, wove across the wound in real time, sealing tissue and reforming muscle and smoothing skin until there was nothing left but a hole in his hospital gown and a faint streak of blood that was already turning the wrong color. Too dark, too viscous, with a faint red luminescence at its edges. He looked up at the guard. The guard's finger was still on the trigger. His face had gone white. Izuku's right hand changed. It happened without his permission. The virus knew what to do before he did. His fingers elongated, hardened, turned black from the second knuckle outward, and sharpened into 5 curved blades that caught the flashlight beam and threw it back in splinters. The claws. His arm felt heavier, stronger. Right, he moved. The distance between them was 4 meters. He crossed it in something less than a step. His legs pushed off the concrete with force that cracked the floor behind him, and he was there, inside the guard's reach, the claws already swinging. The impact was wet. It was fast. It was over before the guard's body understood it was over. Then the hunger hit him. The body on the floor was meat and information and power, and the virus wanted all of it, with a need so immediate and total that Izuku's human mind barely had time to object before the consumption started. Black tendrils erupted from his torso, from his chest, his shoulders, his arms, thick, ropey masses of biomass that moved with independent purpose and engulfed the guard's corpse entirely. The tendrils pulled. The body came apart at the seams, drawn inward, absorbed into Izuku's mass in a process that took 4 seconds and left nothing behind. The floor was clean. The gear was gone. The man was gone. And his memories were inside Izuku's head like they had always been there. The guard's name was Takeshi Morimoto. He had worked at this facility for 18 months. He knew the layout of every floor. 3 above ground, disguised as a water treatment plant, 4 below ground where the real work happened. He knew the security rotation schedules. He knew the codes for every door between here and the surface. He knew the names of the researchers on staff and the villains who supplied them with bodies. He knew that this facility reported to an organization called the League of Villains, and that the League reported to a man whose name made Takeshi's memory self feel a kind of fear that went beyond professional. It was primal, bone level, the fear of prey in the presence of a predator that could end you with a thought, all for one. Izuku stood in the aftermath of the consumption with someone else's memories settling into his consciousness like sediment in disturbed water. His body mass had increased. He could feel it, a density in his frame that hadn't been there before. The claws on his right hand retracted without his conscious effort, the blades folding back into normal-looking fingers with a sound like cartilage popping. His left hand was still normal, still his. The freckles were there, the same hands that had held those notebooks. He flexed them, opened and closed. The movement was his. The body was his. But the definition of his had changed in ways he was still assembling. There was no time to stand here and process it. He had the layout now. He knew there were 47 personnel in this facility. 12 researchers, 8 guards on active duty, 19 Nomu subjects in various stages of production, and assorted support staff. He knew where the exits were. He knew how to reach the surface. He moved through the facility like a fever dream given legs. The second guard died in a corridor outside the Nomu production bay. Izuku's arm shifted into something longer this time, a single massive blade of compressed biomass that ran the length of his forearm and extended 2 feet beyond his fist, hooked at the tip, dense enough to punch through the reinforced door. The guard tried to lock between them. The blade went through the door and through the man in the same motion. Izuku consumed him on the other side. More memories, more map, more names. The third and fourth guards died together in the security station on sub-level 2. Izuku came through the ceiling. The virus had shown him he could punch through concrete with his bare hands, and he did, dropping from the level above directly into the room where 2 men sat at a bank of monitors. The tendrils took them both simultaneously. He absorbed their combined security clearance, their radio frequencies, their knowledge of the external perimeter, and the face of the head researcher. Dr. Ueno, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses who left the facility every night at 10 p.m. through the south freight elevator. Izuku found Dr. Ueno in his office on sub-level 1, packing a briefcase. The man looked up when the door opened and saw a 14-year-old boy standing in the frame wearing a blood-stained hospital gown, green hair wild, eyes burning red at the edges, and biomass crawling under his skin like living tattoos. Subject DX1118, Ueno said. His voice cracked on the designation. Izuku said nothing. He crossed the room. The doctor screamed. It was short. The memories from Ueno were the richest yet. This man had been in direct communication with Garaki, had files on the Blacklight Virus's intended application, had research notes on 19 other subjects who had been fed the same strain and died without resurrection. Izuku was the only success, the only one the virus chose to bring back. And buried in Ueno's memory, like a key hidden in a wall, was the reason: the Quirkless genome. Zero resistance. Total integration. The virus hadn't just infected Izuku, it had replaced him, cell by cell, molecule by molecule, until every atom of the boy who walked into this facility was gone and something new walked in his shape. He was the Blacklight Virus. All of him. The freckled face was a construct. The green hair was a choice the virus made because the inherited memories carried an emotional attachment to that appearance. The personality, the stubbornness, the analytical mind, the fury at injustice, the love for his mother, all of it ran through a nervous system made entirely of viral biomass. He was Izuku Midoriya's ghost piloting a biological weapon. He took Ueno's face. The shift was smooth, his features reorganized, the biomass redistributing under the skin until the 14-year-old was gone and a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses stood in his place. He picked up Ueno's briefcase. He walked to the south freight elevator. He punched in the code. The doors opened. He stepped in. The elevator rose. On the surface, 2 perimeter guards saw Dr. Ueno walk out of the freight entrance, briefcase in hand, and waved him through. They were dead 45 minutes later when the facility's internal fire suppression system failed and the blaze Izuku started on sub-level 4 reached the chemical storage on sub-level 2. The explosion was visible from 3 kilometers away. By the time emergency services arrived, there was nothing left to investigate. Izuku stood on a hill overlooking the burning facility in the body of a dead man, the briefcase at his feet, the wind pulling at the lab coat he'd stolen, along with the face. He let the disguise drop. The features melted away. Ueno's face peeled off in ribbons of black biomass that reabsorbed into Izuku's torso, and the real face emerged underneath. 14 years old, green hair, freckles, eyes glowing a steady, furious red. He looked at his hands. The left one was normal, or what the virus had decided normal looked like. The right one still had traces of black creeping along the veins, the biomass refusing to fully retract, restless under the surface. He flexed the fingers. Claws emerged from the tips for 1 second, then withdrew. I'm going to find who did this to me, and I'm going to kill them. His voice carried something new in it, a resonance beneath the words, a harmonic that vibrated at a frequency human vocal cords couldn't produce. The virus speaking through him, or him speaking through the virus. The distinction had stopped mattering. He turned away from the fire and walked into the night. He found clothes in the first unoccupied vehicle he came across, a maintenance worker's locker behind a gas station 2 kilometers down the road. Jeans, a heavy jacket, the kind with a hood deep enough to hide his face. Boots. The jacket was too big for his frame, and it hung on him like a shroud, but it covered the biomass patterns that still pulsed along his arms when his emotional state spiked. Good enough. He headed for Camino Ward. The decision was instant and informed by a half-dozen consumed memories that all pointed in the same direction. Camino was the worst district in Mustafu's sprawl, a place where villain activity was so dense that law enforcement had functionally ceded control of entire blocks. People disappeared in Camino every week. Bodies turned up in alleys and drainage channels. The hero agencies that technically serviced the ward sent their weakest patrols and logged their worst response times. It was a place designed to ignore the people inside it. It was perfect. Izuku arrived at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday morning, riding the top of a freight train for the last 11 kilometers because he had discovered, during a pursuit by 2 facility guards who had somehow survived the initial escape, that his legs could carry him at speeds a human body was never designed to reach, and that running felt like breathing now. He'd also discovered the wall running during that same pursuit. The first time it happened, he had been sprinting toward a dead-end alley wall, and his body had simply continued upward, feet gripping the vertical concrete surface like the laws of physics were a suggestion rather than a rule. He hit the rooftop at full speed and kept going. The guards did not follow. The gliding came next, 12 hours later, when he misjudged a rooftop gap and went over the edge of a 12-story building. His body reacted before his mind could panic. Biomass flattened and extended from his back and arms in a membranous configuration, catching the air, converting his fall into a forward trajectory that carried him 400 meters before he touched down on the roof of a parking structure. The landing cracked concrete. He was uninjured. The fall discovery came a day after that. A firefight with a squad of armed men on a communications tower. Not heroes, something else, something organized in a way that felt military, ended with Izuku choosing to simply step off the tower rather than continue engaging on unfavorable terrain. 80 meters straight down, his legs absorbed the impact with a force that cratered the street in a 2-meter radius. He stood up from the crater, dusted his jacket, and walked away. The armed squad did not pursue. He spent his first week in Camino learning the ecosystem. The ward operated on a hierarchy that mirrored any criminal organization. Street-level dealers at the bottom moving product for mid-level operators who paid tribute to district bosses who answered to someone higher. And at the top of the chain, pulling strings that most of the lower-level operators couldn't even see, was the League of Villains. Their influence was everywhere. Protection money, supply routes, information networks, safe houses. The entire criminal underbelly of Camino existed in the League's shadow, whether it knew it or not. Izuku started at the bottom. His first consumption in Camino was a dealer named Godo, who operated out of a basement apartment in the commercial district. Godo sold Trigger, a street drug that temporarily boosted quirk output, and he beat the runners who didn't make quota. He had 3 of them working for him, all under 16. Izuku walked into the basement at 2 a.m., locked the door behind him, and was finished in under 10 seconds. The tendrils were faster now, more responsive, more efficient, the virus learning from each consumption how to break a body down with maximum speed. Godo was gone. His runners woke up the next morning to find their boss had vanished and their debts had evaporated along with him. From Godo's memories, Izuku extracted 3 names. Mid-level operators who ran the Trigger supply chain for 2 adjacent blocks. He consumed the first one outside a nightclub 4 days later. The man was smoking a cigarette in an alley, alone, and the alley was empty when a patrol car drove past it 30 seconds after. The second died in his apartment. The third made it 2 blocks in a full sprint before the whip fist. Izuku's arm elongating into a razor-tipped tendril that covered the distance between them in a heartbeat, wrapped around his ankle and dragged him back. Each consumption layered more intelligence onto the map in Izuku's mind. Names connected to names, locations pinned to operations, faces matched to roles. The League's network was vast, but it was built by human beings, and human beings carry their organizational charts in their heads, whether they realize it or not. Every person Izuku consumed was a filing cabinet torn open and dumped into his memory. By the third week, he had consumed 19 individuals, and the picture was taking shape. The League of Villains operated through a cell structure, compartmentalized groups that knew their own operations and limited information about adjacent cells. But the mid-level operators all reported upward through the same channel. A logistics coordinator named Kurogiri, a man made of shadow and warp energy, who could teleport personnel and material across the city without leaving a trace. And Kurogiri reported to a single person, Tomura Shigaraki, the man-child with the hands on his face and the temper of something left to rot. Izuku knew Shigaraki's face from 7 different consumed memories. He knew the sound of his voice, scratchy, unhinged, swinging between bored and homicidal with no middle ground. He knew what Shigaraki's childhood looked like through the fragmented impressions of people who had heard secondhand rumors. The Master's Ward, raised in isolation, given everything except stability. He knew that Shigaraki answered to All for One with the loyalty of a creation to its creator. And he knew that All for One was the one who had ordered Garaki to begin the Blacklight experiments. The memory was buried in a mid-level enforcer's recollection of a meeting he should never have overheard. A voice on a speaker, a voice that carried the weight of someone who had been making decisions about human lives for over a century, instructing Garaki to expand the subject pool for the DX series. Izuku was the DX series. He was the only successful product of All for One's investment. And All for One was still out there, still giving orders, still running the machine that had put Izuku on that table. The name burned in Izuku's mind like a brand pressed into meat. All for One, the man at the top. The man who had decided that a 14-year-old boy with no powers and no connections was expendable raw material. Izuku filed the name. He was patient about some things. The rage was there. It never left. It lived in the base of his spine like a second heartbeat. But he had inherited enough of the original Izuku's analytical nature to know that rage without direction was just noise. He would build the map. He would trace every connection. He would climb the chain until he was standing in front of the man who ordered his death. And then he would do what the virus was designed to do. But first, 3 weeks into his operation in Kamino, Izuku stood on a rooftop across the street from an apartment building in a residential neighborhood 6 kilometers from the ward. He had traveled here in a stolen face, one of the consumed enforcers, a forgettable man with a forgettable build, and dropped the disguise only when he reached this rooftop alone in the dead of night. The apartment was on the 4th floor, 3rd window from the left. The light was still on at 11:47 p.m. His mother's light. He could see her through the window. She was sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, the same brand he used to buy for her, the one with the green packaging, and she was looking at something on her phone. Her face was thinner than he remembered. The circles under her eyes were heavier. She was wearing the yellow cardigan she always wore when she was cold and too tired to get up and adjust the thermostat. Izuku stood on that rooftop for 9 minutes. He counted every one of them. The wind pulled at his hood and the biomass under his jacket rippled in response to his emotional state. The virus reading his grief like a seismograph reading tremors, responding to the intensity of what was moving through him. He could go to her. He could shift his face into something she would recognize, knock on the door and tell her he was alive. He could hold her while she cried. He could also infect her by accident if his control slipped for a single second. He could expose her to a world of villains and shadow organizations that would use her against him the moment they knew she existed. He could walk into that apartment as the thing he was now and watch her face change when she realized her son, the real one, the one made of human cells and human limitations, was dead and something else had come home wearing his skin. He turned away from the window. He pulled the hood lower. He dropped off the rooftop and hit the pavement 4 stories below without breaking stride. And he was gone into the ward before the streetlight on the corner finished its cycle. The myth of the Blacklight grew in Camino's criminal underground the way a fever grows in a body. Slowly at first, then all at once. The disappearances accumulated. 23 people in 6 weeks, all of them connected to the League's supply chain, all of them gone without a trace. No bodies, no blood spatter, no forensic evidence. The security cameras in the areas where they vanished showed nothing, or showed a shadow moving wrong, a shape on a wall that could have been a trick of the lens. The name started circulating in the 4th week. Nobody knew where it came from. Maybe one of the lower-level runners overheard something, or maybe the virus left just enough trace evidence in one of its kills for a forensic quirk user to identify the biological signature. Either way, the word spread. Blacklight. Something was hunting in Camino, and it only took villains, and the people it took were never found. The fear was useful. Izuku watched it spread through the consumed memories of each subsequent target. The information was fresher each time, the awareness of the threat more acute in the final moments of each person he took. By week 5, mid-level operators were refusing to work alone. By week 6, 2 district bosses had relocated their operations outside of Camino entirely. The ecosystem was contracting around the pressure he was applying, and the contraction was pushing information upward to Kurogiri, to Shigaraki, to whoever was paying attention at the top. The night the myth went from whispered to absolute was a Thursday. A district boss named Reijiro, a man who ran a human trafficking operation out of a shipping container yard in Camino's port district, decided to relocate. He had liquidated his assets, transferred his runners to an associate in another ward, and was making his exit through the commercial district on foot at 1 a.m., surrounded by 4 armed bodyguards. He made it 6 blocks. Izuku dropped off the roof of a 7-story apartment building and landed directly behind the trailing bodyguard without a sound. The viral biology absorbed the impact through every fiber of his legs, converting the kinetic energy into something the concrete beneath him barely registered. The bodyguard was turning, some instinct, some animal awareness of a predator's proximity, when the claws opened his torso from hip to shoulder. The remaining 3 bodyguards had 2 seconds to react. One of them managed to activate a hardening quirk before the whip fist wrapped around his neck and yanked him off his feet, dragging him 30 meters through the air and into Izuku's waiting hand. The tendril retracted. The man was consumed in transit, drawn into Izuku's mass before his body even reached its destination. The biomass tendrils doing their work at speed while the man was still airborne. The second bodyguard fired a quirk, some kind of concussive blast from his palms, and the impact hit Izuku's torso square in the chest. It pushed him back half a step. The biomass hardened on impact, absorbing the force across a broader surface area, and Izuku was moving forward before the bodyguard could fire again. Claws through the man's arms, then the tendrils. Gone. The third bodyguard had the hardening quirk. He had locked his entire body into a state of dense, mineral-like rigidity, a walking statue, impervious to cutting and blunt force. Izuku hit him with the blade, the full arm morph, the compressed viral edge that could cut through reinforced steel, and the blade bounced off the hardened surface with a shower of sparks. The man was still standing, still rigid, still thinking he was safe. Izuku's arms bulked up. The transformation was fast and grotesque. Muscle mass tripled, bone density quintupled, the viral biomass packing itself into his fists and forearms until they were twice their normal size and visibly wrong, too heavy, too dense, built for a single purpose. He swung once. The hammer fist hit the hardened bodyguard in the center of his chest with a force that registered on seismographs 4 blocks away. The mineral shell cracked. The man behind it broke. He was consumed before the fragments of his quirk armor finished falling. Reijiro was running. He had abandoned all pretense of composure the moment the first bodyguard died and was now sprinting through a crowded commercial street at full speed, dodging between late-night pedestrians and food stalls, screaming for help that was never going to arrive fast enough. Izuku watched him from the rooftop above. The man was covering ground. He was running hard. He was 50 meters away and increasing the gap. the whip fist extended. The tendril crossed the distance in under a second, wrapped around Reijiro's ankle mid-stride, and yanked him off his feet so hard his face hit the pavement and broke his nose. Then it dragged him backward, through the crowd, through a gap between two food stalls, into an alley that was unlit and empty. And by the time Reijiro stopped screaming, there was nobody left in that alley to hear it. Izuku consumed Reijiro standing up, the tendrils erupting from his back and shoulders this time, engulfing the man from behind in a cocoon of black mass that compressed and absorbed and integrated in 6 seconds flat. The memories hit. Trafficking routes, victim profiles, payment records, the name of the hero agency that was being paid to look the other way. All of it filed, all of it stored, all of it useful. He left the alley wearing Reijiro's face. 2 blocks away, he dropped the disguise in a dead-end corridor between buildings, and Izuku Midoriya's face emerged from beneath the stolen features like a swimmer breaking the surface of black water. He pulled his hood up. His eyes faded from red to their natural green. The hero who had been paid to ignore Reijiro's operation was found dead 3 days later, or rather, was never found at all. The hero simply stopped showing up to work, and the agency listed them as missing, and the case went cold within a month. Izuku had consumed that hero in the parking garage beneath their agency building at 4 a.m. on a Sunday, wearing the face of a janitor who had worked there for 6 years. He absorbed the hero's quirk in the process. A telekinetic burst, short range, moderate force, useful for crowd control. He added it to the growing list of abilities running through his viral architecture. Every consumption made him more. The virus integrated everything it took, flesh, memory, quirk factor, into a single unified organism that grew denser and more capable with each addition. 7 weeks after his escape from the lab, Izuku Midoriya was something the world had never seen before and had absolutely zero framework to understand. He was a shapeshifter, a regenerator, a quirk absorber, and a one-man information network who carried the stolen memories of 41 consumed individuals in his head. He moved through the city in any face he chose, killed without leaving evidence, and tracked the League of Villains' operations with a precision that their own leadership couldn't match. And then a villain he consumed on week 8 carried something new in his head. A job, a contract, a specific operation scheduled for 3 days from now. A massive coordinated assault on a training facility owned by UA High School, designed to overwhelm the pro-hero faculty and send a message to the symbol of peace himself. The operation was called the USJ Raid. The target was All Might. The client was Shigaraki. The consumed villain's name was Daisuke. He had been hired as Muscle, one of 60 low-level combatants contracted through the League's intermediary network to fill out the assault force. Daisuke knew the meeting point, the time, the dress code, and exactly 2 pieces of strategic intelligence. The facility's layout had been stolen from a UA database breach 6 months prior, and the League would be deploying a secret weapon, something called a Nomu, that was engineered to kill the #1 hero in a straight fight. Izuku processed this information standing on a rooftop overlooking Kamino's port district, the wind pulling at his jacket, the lights of the city spread out beneath him like a circuit board. UA High School, the school he had once dreamed of attending, the school that trained heroes, the school where Katsuki Bakugo was probably sitting in a classroom right now, taking notes, working toward the future that the world had always told him was his by right. Izuku felt something when he thought about that. It lived in the space between the virus's indifference and the dead boy's memory. It was small and it was bitter, and he did not give it room to grow. He had a decision to make. The USJ Raid was a League operation. It represented a concentration of League personnel in a single location, including Shigaraki himself, according to Daisuke's briefing. Izuku could consume Shigaraki and take every piece of intelligence in the man's head, including direct communication protocols with All for One. That was the next step on his path. That was the reason he would be there. 3 days later, Izuku attended the staging meeting in the basement of a warehouse in Kamino's industrial sector, wearing Daisuke's face. 60 combatants gathered in the low light, a collection of hired muscle, small-time villains with combat quirks, and a handful of true believers who worshipped Shigaraki's message of Hero Society's destruction. Kurogiri appeared as a pillar of fog and shadow and laid out the operational sequence. Warp gate insertion, zone dispersal. The faculty and student body would be scattered and overwhelmed, and Shigaraki would deliver the killing blow to All Might through the Nomu. Izuku listened. He stood in the crowd wearing a dead man's face, and he memorized every word. The day of the USJ attack arrived under gray skies. The students of Class 1A arrived at the unforeseen simulation joint by bus, accompanied by their homeroom teacher Eraserhead and the Space Hero 13. Izuku was already inside, having entered with the villain advance team via Kurogiri's warp gate, standing in the central plaza with 59 other combatants. While Shigaraki scratched at his neck and waited for the doors to open, the students filed in through the upper entrance. Izuku could see them from below, a cluster of 15-year-olds in hero costumes, wide-eyed, excited, unaware that 60 armed combatants and a bioweapon were waiting for them 100 meters away. He recognized some of them. Bakugo was there, aggressive posture, explosive gauntlets, the same furious energy that had followed him since childhood. A girl with a zero-gravity quirk, a boy with engines in his legs, a boy with half his face scarred by burns and half covered in frost. Shigaraki started talking. His voice carried across the plaza with the kind of theatrical self-importance that made Izuku's virus-threaded nervous system itch with contempt. This was the leader of the force that hunted in the shadows. This was the heir to All for One's empire. A man-child with dry skin and delusions, Kurogiri spread the warp gate. The students were scattered, teleported in groups of 2 and 3 to different zones within the facility, isolated from their teachers, dropped into hostile environments with villain squads waiting. Eraserhead launched himself into the central plaza, fighting goggles active, moving through the villain mob with a speed and combat awareness that Izuku grudgingly respected. Izuku watched. He was patient. He counted the moving pieces, Eraserhead engaging the central force, the students fighting for survival in their separated zones, Shigaraki hanging back near the fountain with Kurogiri at his side, and the Nomu standing behind him like a wall of gray flesh. He watched the timing, he read the flow. Then he decided he had seen enough. The villain standing next to him, a man with a fire quirk and bad teeth, turned to say something. He registered the look on Daisuke's face changing. The features rippled. The skin tone shifted. The proportions were wrong, the jawline reshaping, the nose narrowing, and then the face peeled away in sheets of black biomass that sloughed off like dead skin and revealed something else underneath. Green hair, freckles, a hood pulled low, eyes glowing steady red. Both arms already shifting, the fingers extending, hardening, turning obsidian black from the knuckle outward, 5 blades on each hand catching the fluorescent emergency lighting. The fire quirk villain had 1 second to understand what he was looking at. The claws connected before that second was up. The sound carried across the central plaza, through the simulated zones, up to the raised walkway where the scattered students were fighting their own battles. A sound that was wrong. A scream that cut short. Then another. Then a wet, heavy impact, and then another scream from a different direction. In the downpour zone, Tsuyu Asui froze mid-leap. She was clinging to the hull of a simulated rescue boat, having just kicked a villain into the water, and she heard it, screaming from the central plaza, but the pitch was wrong. It was the villain's screaming. She crouched lower on the hull and stared toward the center of the facility. In the collapse zone, Todoroki Shoto encased his 4th villain in ice and paused. Something was happening at ground level. He could see movement through the dust. Too fast, too fluid, a shape that moved between bodies the way a shark moves between fish in open water. In the mountain zone, Bakugo Katsuki blew a villain through a rock face and stopped. His palm was still smoking. He was looking down at the central plaza from his elevated position, and he was watching something he couldn't immediately classify. A figure in a hooded jacket was moving through the villain army at a speed that made Eraserhead look slow. It was leaving pieces behind. It was leaving nothing behind. The bodies it touched were simply gone, consumed in flashes of black mass that erupted and retracted so fast the eye could barely track them. Izuku carved through the eastern flank of the villain force in under 20 seconds. The claws did most of the work, close range, fast, each strike a kill or a cripple, the biomass tendrils erupting from his back in opportunistic bursts to consume targets of opportunity while his hands were already engaged with the next. He consumed 4 in that initial rush, absorbing their quirks, their memories, their combat experience, and the virus integrated each addition in real time, his movement patterns adjusting, his reaction speed climbing, his awareness of the battlefield expanding with each mind he absorbed. A villain with a concrete quirk hardened the ground beneath Izuku's feet, trying to trap him. Izuku's legs pushed off the solidifying surface with enough force to shatter it outward, and launched himself 15 meters through the air, landing on the man's shoulders and driving him into the ground face first. Consumed before the dust settled, a group of 5 rushed him from behind. The tendrils erupted from his back, his ribs, his shoulder blades, a forest of black spiked biomass that fanned outward in every direction simultaneously. 3 of the 5 were impaled. The other 2 were knocked off their feet by the shockwave and consumed individually in the next 4 seconds. Eraserhead saw it. He was in the middle of the central force, binding tape wrapped around a villain's torso, and he paused for a fraction of a second, his eyes finding the figure in the hooded jacket through the chaos. He watched a consumption happen in real time. He watched a human body disappear into black mass and leave clean floor behind. His expression changed, but he kept fighting. He was filing information the way a computer logs data, without judgment, without hesitation, storing it for later analysis. Izuku moved toward the fountain, toward Shigaraki. The villain force between them was thinning rapidly. Half of them were down, consumed or crippled, and the other half were trying to flee. Kurogiri saw what was happening and began opening escape portals for the retreating forces. Smart. The fog man was adapting in real time. Izuku filed that and kept moving. Shigaraki was standing at the fountain's edge when Izuku emerged from the last knot of combatants. The man-child's posture had changed. His shoulders were forward, his fingers were twitching, the hand over his face tilted at an angle that suggested he was trying to process what he was looking at. Behind him, the Nomu stood motionless, waiting. Izuku stopped 10 meters away. The claws retracted slowly. His hands returned to normal. He pulled his hood back just far enough for Shigaraki to see his face clearly. The freckles, the green hair, the red-rimmed eyes. He looked at the army Shigaraki had brought to this fight, the pieces of it that were left. Then he looked at Shigaraki. You think you're gods? You're just meat. His right forearm shifted, the biomass compressed and extended and hardened into the blade, the full weapon, the massive hooked edge that ran 2.5 feet beyond his fist, blacker than iron and sharper than anything made by human hands. He moved. Shigaraki moved too. Backward, his hand coming up to catch whatever was charging at him because that was the only response his quirk allowed. The touch-based disintegration that had destroyed everything he'd ever put his fingers on. His 5 fingers spread wide, reaching for Izuku's face. Izuku was faster. The blade intercepted the reaching hand. He didn't sever it, he redirected it, batting Shigaraki's arm aside with the flat of the weapon and using the opening to drive a kick into the man's midsection that sent him tumbling backward toward the Nomu. Shigaraki hit the ground, rolled, and came up scratching at his own throat so hard it drew blood. Nomu, Shigaraki said. On the upper walkway, Kirishima Eijiro was watching with his hardening quirk fully activated, his teeth clenched, trying to decide if what he was seeing was a fight he should join or a disaster he should evacuate from. The thing in the jacket, whatever it was, moved like nothing he had ever seen in a training video. It was too fast and too smooth, and the way its body changed shape between strikes made his stomach turn in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with wrongness. Beside him, Bakugo was leaning forward on the railing. His palms were sparking. His eyes were tracking the figure below with an intensity that had nothing to do with the villain attack, and everything to do with a private calculation happening behind his expression. He was measuring something. The set of his jaw was tight. Ida was already moving for the exit. His assignment was to get help, to call for reinforcements, and the arrival of an unknown combatant did not change that imperative. But he paused at the door and looked back. Something about the way the figure below moved tugged at a part of his brain that processed body language, and for a fraction of a second, he couldn't identify why. Tsuyu reached the central plaza from the downpour zone in time to see the Nomu step forward. She pressed herself behind a pillar and watched with wide eyes and a heart rate that her frog physiology couldn't quite regulate. The Nomu was a nightmare, given form. 7 feet tall, 300 kilos of exposed gray muscle tissue with a brain case visible through the transparent skin of its skull. It had the vacant expression of something that had never been conscious in any meaningful sense. A tool, a weapon, pointed at a target and released. It lunged at Izuku with a speed that belied its mass. One arm swinging in a wide arc aimed at his upper body, the fist connected. The impact was catastrophic, a sound like a building foundation cracking, a shockwave that kicked dust up in a 10-meter radius, and Izuku's body was driven backward through a concrete support pillar, the material exploding outward around the path of his body like it was tissue paper. He hit the ground on the other side of the destroyed pillar, cratering the floor, and was still for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. The watching students counted them. Eraserhead counted them. Shigaraki tilted his head and scratched his neck. Then the body moved. Black tendrils, dozens of them, fine as thread but strong as cable, wove across the damage in Izuku's torso. Ribs that were visible through torn flesh knit back together in real time, the bones finding their alignment and fusing with a speed that made the process look like a time-lapse recording. Torn muscle reattached, skin sealed. The hole in his jacket was still there, but the body beneath it was whole. Izuku rolled onto his feet. He rotated his right shoulder experimentally, feeling the last of the repair work finalize, and looked at the Nomu with an expression that was closer to curiosity than pain. "Shock absorption," he said, rolling the shoulder one more time. "Let's see you absorb this." His right arm extended. The shift happened in a rush of elongating biomass, his forearm stretching, thinning, the flesh splitting and hardening into a whip-like tendril that extended 15 meters in an instant, the tip flattened into a razor edge that caught the light like a scalpel. The whip fist snapped outward and wrapped around the Nomi's neck in a single coil, cinching tight, the razor edge biting into the gray flesh. Then Izuku pulled. The whip fist contracted at full speed, and instead of dragging the Nomu toward him, he used the tension to launch himself toward the Nomu, his body accelerating along the tendrils line like a bullet following a rail, covering the distance in less time than it took to register the motion. He arrived at the Nomu in close range with velocity. His arms were already changing. The whip fist retracted and both forearms bulked out in real time, the viral biomass packing itself into dense, wrecking ball masses of hardened tissue that doubled, then tripled the size of his fists. The hammer fists dropped. The first blow hit the Nomu in the center of its chest and drove it into the floor so hard the concrete fractured in a web pattern 20 meters across. The sound was a thunderclap, a physical concussion that knocked loose debris from the ceiling and pushed the watching students back a step from sheer air pressure. The second blow was to the head, a downward strike that cratered the Nomu's skull against the floor with enough force to compress its brain case by 30%. The third blow was to the torso again. The fourth was to the shoulder. The fifth split the floor open into a trench 3 meters long. Izuku was pummeling the Nomu with a rhythm that turned the battlefield into an earthquake zone. Each impact landing with a force that would have liquefied a normal human being, each strike shaking the entire USJ facility's foundation. The Nomu regenerated. Between strikes, in the half seconds where Izuku's fists were rising for the next blow, the gray flesh reformed. The cratered skull rounded back out. The compressed chest expanded to its original dimensions. The shock absorption bled off the worst of the kinetic energy, and the high-speed regeneration rebuilt what was left. Izuku stopped pummeling. He stood over the Nomu in the crater he'd created, Hammerfist still active, and watched the regeneration cycle complete. He watched the Nomu's body rebuild itself from the damage he had inflicted. He watched the speed. He counted the seconds. He assessed the pattern. He had seen enough. The shift was total. Every combat morph he had used up to this point was partial. An arm, a hand, a single tendril. This was everything. The hammerfists retracted, and in their place came something far worse. From Izuku's entire body, his back, his shoulders, his ribs, his spine, his arms, his chest, Dozens of spiked biomass tendrils erupted simultaneously in every direction. They were thick as a man's arm and tipped with points that looked like they could punch through tank armor. They moved with independent targeting, each one finding its own path, its own angle, its own entry point into the target below. The Nomu was impaled from every direction at once. 18 tendrils through the torso, 6 through the limbs, 4 through the skull. The regeneration tried to activate and was overwhelmed. The tendrils were already inside the body, already breaking it down from within. The viral biomass doing what it was designed to do at a speed that outstripped the Nomu's healing factor by orders of magnitude. The consumption began. The black mass erupted outward from every point of contact, engulfing the Nomu entirely, its limbs, its torso, its head, every kilogram of bioengineered flesh drawn inward toward Izuku's body. The Nomu thrashed once, then it was still, then it was simply gone, folded into the viral mass like a stone sinking into tar, absorbed completely, totally, irreversibly. The process took 8 seconds. When the tendrils retracted and Izuku's body normalized, the Nomu was gone. The crater was empty except for Izuku standing in its center. His muscle mass had increased visibly. Broader shoulders, thicker limbs, a density in his frame that hadn't been there before. He had consumed a bioweapon. He had taken its stacked quirks, the shock absorption, the super regeneration, and integrated them into his own system alongside every other quirk he had already collected. He was more now than he was 30 seconds ago. The facility was silent. On the upper walkway, Tsuyu's fingers were gripping the pillar so hard her knuckles were white. Her wide eyes were wider than they'd ever been. She had seen heroes fight. She had seen villains fight. She had never seen something eat another combatant alive. Kirishima had deactivated his hardening. His arms hung at his sides. His mouth was open. He looked like someone who had watched a nature documentary about deep-sea predators and realized the predator was in the room with him. Todoroki stood perfectly still on the far side of the plaza, ice still coating his right hand, his expression locked in the kind of rigid focus that meant he was processing something his existing framework couldn't accommodate. His left eye, the one on the scarred side, was narrowed. Bakugo was gripping the railing hard enough to dent it. His palms were detonating involuntary micro-explosions. Pop, 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 a stress response he'd had since childhood. His face carried an expression that was neither fear nor anger. It was recognition. Something in his wiring had identified what he was looking at, and labeled it with a word he would never say out loud: superior. Eraserhead had stopped fighting entirely. Every villain in his immediate vicinity had either fled or been consumed by the figure below. He stood alone on the central plaza, capture weapon coiled around his forearm, and stared at the crater where the Nomu had been. His analytical mind was running at full capacity. This was an unknown. This was a Category 1 unknown, a combatant of indeterminate origin, allegiance, and capability who had just consumed a bioweapon designed to kill all might. His eyes burned behind his goggles. His quirk was active. He had activated Erasure on instinct when the consumption started, targeting the figure in the crater. It had done nothing. Whatever this thing was, it was either immune to quirk suppression or it was operating on something that wasn't a quirk at all. He filed that with everything else. Shigaraki was backing away. His feet were scraping the ground in short, shuffling steps. The kind of unconscious retreat that a body performs when the brain has overridden all conscious decision-making with a single imperative: distance. He stared at the empty crater. He stared at the figure standing in it. His hand was still on the severed hand covering his face. Gripping it so tight his fingertips were white. He had brought the Nomu as his trump card, his unbeatable weapon, the thing that was supposed to kill All Might and prove to the world that symbols could be broken. And something had eaten it like food, had absorbed it like nutrition, had taken it into itself and grown larger. Kurogiri materialized beside Shigaraki without a word. A warp gate opened behind them both, a swirling void of shadow that led somewhere else, anywhere else, away from here. Shigaraki stepped backward into it. He was still staring at Izuku when the portal closed around his body. The last thing visible before the gate sealed was Shigaraki's eyes, wide, red, and carrying something they had never carried before: fear. All Might arrived through the main entrance 45 seconds later. He came in his muscle form, massive and golden, fists clenched, ready for the war he'd been told was happening. He found a demolished facility. He found defeated villains scattered across every zone. He found his students alive and intact. And he found a hooded figure standing in a crater surrounded by nothing, both arms returning to a normal human shape, red eyes fading toward green but still bright enough to catch the light. Izuku turned and looked at All Might, the symbol of peace, the man he had once worshipped with every fiber of his being, the man whose face had covered his bedroom walls and whose name had been written in 14 notebooks with analysis and admiration in equal measure. That boy was dead. The thing looking at All Might now felt the echo of that admiration, the way a canyon echoes a shout, distant, fading, recognizable, but unreachable. All Might said, "Who? Stay out of my way." Izuku's body shifted. His legs coiled with biomass, density building in his calves and thighs, and he launched himself upward with a force that cracked the floor beneath him and sent him through the glass dome ceiling of the USJ facility in an explosion of shards. The glass rained down behind him in a curtain of light, and by the time All Might reached the hole in the ceiling and looked up, the figure was gone. A distant shape gliding across the skyline, already 400 meters out and accelerating. The aftermath was chaos, managed by professionalism. Emergency services arrived. Students were treated for minor injuries. Villains who hadn't been consumed were arrested, a significantly smaller number than the 60 who had entered. The damage to the facility was estimated in the hundreds of millions of yen. All Might stood beneath the hole in the ceiling for a long time. His fists were still clenched. His expression was the kind that came from encountering something he didn't understand. And the number one hero was a man who understood almost everything about the world of quirks and combat. Eraserhead approached him. The underground hero's face was bruised from his fight with the Central Force, his capture weapon torn, his goggles cracked. He stood beside All Might and looked up at the same hole. "I used erasure on it," Eraserhead said. All Might looked at him. It didn't do anything. The silence between them said more than the words. If Eraserhead's quirk couldn't suppress whatever that thing was running on, then it operated on a system outside the quirk framework entirely. Something else. Something new. Something that consumed biological matter and grew stronger from it. "I'm classifying this as Category 1, Eraserhead said. Unknown origin, unknown allegiance, hostile capability confirmed, regeneration, shapeshifting, biological consumption, apparent quirk immunity." He paused. "It consumed the Nomu in under 10 seconds. All Might said nothing for a moment. Then, "It told me to stay out of its way." "Noted," Eraserhead said. "I'm going to pretend that's useful information while I figure out what it actually wants." In the aftermath, the students of Class 1A were debriefed individually. Their accounts were consistent on the major points. An unknown entity had infiltrated the villain force, revealed itself mid-battle, and destroyed the attacking army from within before consuming the League's bioweapon and departing through the ceiling. Bakugo's debrief was the shortest. When asked what he observed, he said two things. The first was a factual observation about the entity's speed relative to known combat metrics. The second was, it's stronger than All Might. The debriefing officer asked him to elaborate. Bakugo told the officer to write down what he said and stop asking stupid questions. 3 weeks passed between the USJ incident and the night Izuku Midoriya dropped into an alley in Hosu City. He had spent those weeks continuing his operation, consuming targets, building intelligence, tracing the League's network deeper into its structure. The USJ had accelerated things. Shigaraki had gone underground after the attack's failure, pulling his accessible network inward, tightening security protocols, making himself harder to find through the lower-level chain. Smart. Adaptive. Irritating. Izuku shifted his focus. The League was one thread. There were others. The consumed memories he had accumulated over 8 weeks of operation contained references to dozens of criminal organizations operating in the League's shadow, some affiliated, some independent, some actively in competition. Every organization was a potential vector toward All for One. The man's influence was everywhere, a fingerprint on every major criminal enterprise in Japan, visible only through the fear responses of people who knew his name. The Yakuza were one such organization. Multiple consumed memories referenced a group called the Shi Hasaikai, an old guard criminal enterprise operating out of a compound somewhere in the greater Tokyo area. They dealt in quirk-suppressing drugs. They had a biological research program. They had a leader named Overhaul who could deconstruct and reconstruct matter at will, and they had a child. The first reference to the girl appeared in the memories of a mid-level enforcer. Izuku consumed in Hosu City, a man who had facilitated a drug trade between the Hasaikai and a local distribution network. The man had visited the compound once. He had seen a little girl with white hair and a single horn being led through a hallway by Overhaul himself. The girl was wearing bandages on her arms. Her expression was the expression of something that had stopped believing rescue was possible. Izuku filed this. He kept it close. He continued tracking the Yakuza supply chain through Hosu's criminal underbelly, consuming targets, building the picture. The girl's name appeared in the next consumption, Eri. The Hasaikai was using her blood to manufacture their quirk-suppressing bullets. She was a lab subject. She was being taken apart and reassembled by Overhaul's quirk on a regular basis for the purpose of extracting biological material. The fury that moved through Izuku when this information crystallized was beyond what the virus had experienced from him before. The biomass under his jacket rippled so violently that the fabric tore at the seams. His eyes went full red, a constant glow that took 14 seconds to fade. His claws extended involuntarily and punched through the brick wall he was standing beside. He knew what it felt like to be on a table. He knew what it felt like to be raw material. He was going to get that girl. Soon. But first, there were more memories to gather, more of the compound's layout to absorb, more of the 8 Bullets' capabilities to catalog through their associates' recollections. He was in Hosu City for a 4th consecutive night, tracking a mid-level Hasaikai courier through the entertainment district. When the screaming started from 6 blocks east, Izuku stopped on a rooftop. He tilted his head. The screams were coming from an alley complex in the ward's commercial zone, muffled by distance, but carrying a frequency that his enhanced hearing identified as fear response vocalization. Someone was in serious trouble. He turned away. He had a target to follow. The courier was still moving below him, heading toward a parking structure where a Hasaikai vehicle waited. Then a second sound reached him. Metal on concrete, the sharp ring of a blade being dragged across a hard surface. And the screaming stopped in a way that suggested a mouth being covered, a body being restrained. Izuku changed direction. The courier could wait. This couldn't. He crossed 6 blocks in under 20 seconds, sprinting along rooftops and leaping the gaps between buildings with a force that cracked the ledges he launched from. He arrived above an alley complex, a dead-end corridor between 2 commercial buildings, accessible from the street through a narrow passage, and looked down. 3 bodies. 2 adults in hero costumes, both down, both bleeding from blade wounds across their limbs and torsos. One was pinned to the wall by a sword through his shoulder. The other was face down in a pool that was still spreading. Alive, he could hear their heartbeats, but incapacitated. And in the center of the alley, a tall man with a bandaged face and a red scarf was holding a katana to the throat of a teenage boy in heavy armor. The boy's legs weren't moving, paralyzed, based on posture and the faint smear of blood on the armored figure's cheek that suggested a blade had already drawn contact. Izuku recognized the tall man. He'd seen that face in consumed memories, a face that appeared in news reports and villain bulletins with increasing frequency over the last 3 months. The hero killer. Stain. A man who murdered heroes he deemed unworthy and left them as messages for a society he considered corrupt. He recognized the boy too. The armor was distinctive. The leg engines were visible. Ida Tenya, Class 1A, UA High School, the student with the fastest straight-line movement speed in his year. Izuku knew him from the USJ attacks surveillance, the boy who had run for reinforcements while the rest of his class fought. Ida's face was streaked with tears and blood, and an expression that had nothing to do with heroism and everything to do with revenge. His brother had been one of Stain's victims. He had come here to find the hero killer himself, and he had found him. And now he was going to die because of it. Izuku dropped 3 stories. Straight down. The impact hit the alley floor like a mortar round. The concrete cracked in a radial pattern beneath his feet, the shockwave kicking debris outward in a ring that made Stain's scarf snap and Ida's eyes go wide. Izuku stood up from the crouch of his landing, 10 feet from Stain's position, hood low, eyes red, hands at his sides. Stain reacted instantaneously. The katana left Ida's throat and redirected toward the new threat in one fluid motion, a lunging thrust aimed at Izuku's center mass, the kind of strike that would pin a normal human to the wall behind them. The blade punched through Izuku's jacket, through the biomass of his torso, and emerged from his back in a spray of black fluid that was far too dense to be blood. Izuku looked down at the sword in his chest. He looked at Stain. He grabbed the blade with his bare hand and held it still. Stain's eyes narrowed. He tried to withdraw the sword. It didn't move. Izuku's grip was hydraulic, the viral biomass in his palm flowing around the blade and locking it in place with a force that Stain's arms couldn't overcome. "Fast," Izuku said. His free hand came up and caught the second blade. A smaller knife that Stain had drawn with his offhand and swung at Izuku's throat in the same instant the katana was held. Izuku caught the knife blade between two fingers. The edge cut his skin. The skin sealed around the cut before the blood could fall. Stain's expression changed. His fanatical confidence, the absolute certainty of a man who believes his violence serves a higher purpose, flickered. Something was wrong with this target. Something was fundamentally different about the way this fight was unfolding. He pulled the knife free, spun away, created distance. His footwork was exceptional. He moved like someone who had been fighting for survival since before most heroes graduated from training. He swept low, slashed at Izuku's legs, opened a cut across Izuku's left shin. The biomass sealed it in a heartbeat. Then, Stain did what he always did. The blade passed across his tongue. He licked the blood that coated the edge, the blood of his target, the biological key that activated his quirk. Blood curdle. One taste, and the target froze, immobilized, helpless. The moment the infected blood hit Stain's tongue, everything changed. Stain's mouth snapped shut. His eyes went wide, wider than they'd been in any fight, wider than his encounters with pro-heroes, wider than any moment his legend held. His jaw clenched and his throat worked and his hands flew to his neck as if trying to hold something in. His veins turned black. It started at his lips. Thin lines of void dark spreading outward from the corners of his mouth, running down his jaw, branching along his throat in a pattern that looked like a dying tree's root system. The blackness spread with visible speed. Down his neck, into his chest, branching along his arms until his hands were threaded with dark lines that pulsed with a sickly red luminescence beneath the skin. Stain's quirk tried to activate and failed. There was nothing in his mouth that his power could interact with. The Blacklight Virus was alien, aggressive, a hostile organism that rejected every biological system it encountered with total aggression. His quirk didn't know what to do with it. His body didn't know what to do with it. Every cell the infected blood touched went into panic, organ systems beginning to shut down in sequence as the virus's hostile biology overwhelmed his immune response. Stain hit the ground screaming. His body convulsed, spine arching, fingers clawing at the concrete, legs kicking with the uncoordinated desperation of a man in the grip of something that is rewriting his nervous system. His mouth was open, and the sound coming out of it was raw and animal and held none of the composure he had carried into this alley. Izuku crouched beside him. The sword was still sticking through his torso. He hadn't bothered removing it. He looked at Stain with an expression that carried the same assessment he gave every target he encountered: threat evaluation. Utility, information value. You drink blood? He let the sentence hang in the air between them for one full second. The screaming had reduced to a strangled gurgling. Stain's eyes, red and manic, and full of a pain he'd never experienced before, found Izuku's face. Welcome to the top of the food chain. The virus purged itself back out of Stain's system in a rush. Izuku's body reclaimed the infected biomass the way lungs reclaim exhaled air, drawing it back through the points of contact, through the cuts in Stain's mouth where the blade had nicked his gums, pulling every trace of the alien organism out of Stain's failing biology and returning it to its source. Stain's veins faded from black to their normal blue-gray. His convulsions slowed. His breathing stabilized into something that sounded like a man who had nearly drowned, gasping his way back to the surface. He was alive. Damaged. His internal systems had taken the kind of stress that would require hospitalization and extensive monitoring, but alive. The virus had been inside him for less than 30 seconds, and it had brought him closer to death than any hero had managed in 3 years of active pursuit. Izuku stood up. He pulled the katana out of his own chest with one hand, the wound sealing behind the retreating blade in real time, and tossed the sword aside. It clattered against the alley wall. Stain tried to rise. His legs buckled. He fell to one knee, then both knees, his body shaking with the aftermath of the viral assault. His hand found a knife on his belt, some reserve of combat instinct refusing to let him stay down, and he swung it at Izuku's leg in a final desperate arc. Izuku's right forearm hardened and flattened into a shield surface, the biomass compressing into a dense plate that caught the knife blade and stopped it cold. The blade didn't even scratch the surface. Stain's arm rattled with the impact of striking something immovable. Izuku's left hand came down on the back of Stain's head, one precise strike. The hero killer's eyes rolled back and his body went limp, collapsing to the alley floor in a heap of bandages and red scarf and unconsciousness. Ida Tenya was staring. His paralysis had worn off. Whatever trace of Stain's quirk had activated before the virus destroyed it had faded. And he was on his knees in the alley with his mouth open and his eyes fixed on the figure standing over the hero killer's unconscious body. Izuku looked at him. Ida's face was a war between relief and horror, and something that might have been shame. The expression of a boy who came here to avenge his brother and watched something infinitely more savage handle the task in under a minute. Get your heroes to a hospital, Izuku said. His voice carried the faint distortion, the undertone resonance that marked his speech when his body was running hot. And don't come looking for fights you can't finish. Ida opened his mouth to respond, to ask who this was, what this was, why it had saved him. By the time the first word formed, Izuku was gone, up the alley wall in 3 strides, vertical sprint, carrying him to the rooftop in seconds, and then he was across the skyline and out of earshot before Ida could stand. Izuku left Stain alive because Stain had nothing he needed. The hero killer's memories were a catalog of ideology and violence, useful for understanding the man's network of supporters, but irrelevant to the target chain that led to All for One. Consuming him would have been a distraction. The virus disagreed. It was always hungry, always wanting, but Izuku was the one making decisions, and the virus obeyed. There was someone else in Hosu who had what he needed. The corrupt hero, the one whose name had appeared in Reijiro's consumed memories weeks ago, the one who had allowed Stain to operate in this city by failing to investigate sightings and misfiling intelligence reports, was a man named Akechi. He worked for a mid-tier hero agency in the commercial district, and he had been taking payments from 3 separate criminal organizations for 6 years. Izuku found him leaving his agency building at 9:45 p.m., 2 days after the Stain encounter. Akechi was alone, walking to his car in an underground parking garage, checking his phone, wearing the uniform of a profession he had betrayed for money. Izuku was waiting beside the car. Wearing the face of the parking attendant, the consumption was fast. Akechi was inside the black mass before he could activate his quirk, and 7 seconds later he was gone. His car sat empty in its space. His phone clattered to the concrete, the memories flooded in. 6 years of corruption, payment records, names, faces, organizations, and buried in the most recent months, a reference that made Izuku's viral architecture pulse with recognition. The Shi Hasaikai. Akechi had been paid by the Hasaikai to suppress hero investigations into their compound. He had visited the compound 3 times in the last year. He knew the outer perimeter security, he knew the entry procedures, and he knew from an overheard conversation during his last visit that the research subject called Eri was being moved to a deeper sub-level because production was increasing. The girl. Izuku had consumed enough targets connected to the Hasaikai to build a partial map. Akechi's memories completed it. The compound's outer structure, the entry protocols, the guard rotations, the first 3 floors of layout. Everything below that was still unclear, The Hasaikai's inner circle didn't share basement intelligence with anyone outside the 8 bullets, but Izuku knew enough to reach the stairs down. After that, the information would come from whoever was still standing at the bottom. He spent the next 5 days consuming Hasaikai-adjacent targets in Hosu and the surrounding wards. A drug runner who knew the compound's emergency exit locations. A money launderer who had met Overhaul's second-in-command and carried the man's face clearly in memory. A weapons supplier who had delivered armaments to the 8 bullets and could describe their quirks from observed training sessions. Each consumption sharpened the picture. By day 5, Izuku knew the names and quirk descriptions of all 8 of Overhaul's elite guard. He knew the compound had 7 above-ground levels and 4 sub-levels. He knew the entry was gated by quirk scanning security that would flag unknown biological signatures. He knew the basement levels were where Eri was kept, where the research happened, where Overhaul spent most of his time. He also knew that a straightforward infiltration, wearing a stolen face, walking in the front door, would fail the moment the quirk scanner hit his biomass. The Blacklight Virus didn't register as a quirk. It registered as an alien biological event. Any scanning system would flag him immediately, so he made a different decision. The Shi Hasaikai compound sat on 20 acres of land in a semi-rural area 30 kilometers east of Tokyo proper. The main building was a traditional Japanese structure, wooden and tile, sprawling, built like a fortress from a bygone era, surrounded by a concrete perimeter wall and monitored by camera systems and roving guards. The aesthetic was feudal. The security was modern. Izuku arrived at 2:14 a.m. on a moonless night. He could have been stealthy. He could have used a consumed face to pass the outer wall's vehicle checkpoint. He could have scaled the wall in a dead zone between camera sweeps and moved through the compound like a ghost. He walked through the front gate. The 2 guards at the entry checkpoint saw him coming from 30 meters out. A hooded figure walking up the main approach road with a stride that carried absolutely no hesitation. They issued a challenge. They raised weapons. One of them activated a defensive quirk that hardened the skin of his forearms into chitinous plates. Izuku's right arm became the blade mid-stride. He didn't break pace. He closed the distance in 3 steps, and the first guard was in 2 pieces before the second could fire. The second guard activated a communication device, an earpiece, calling interior security, the words, "breach at the main gate," leaving his mouth before the whip fist wrapped around his torso and threw him 30 meters into the perimeter wall with enough force to crack the concrete. Izuku consumed the first guard, the one in 2 pieces. The tendrils gathered the remains efficiently, drawing the biomass into his body in 5 seconds. Fresh memories. Interior patrol routes for the next 4 hours, the locations of the closest reinforcement squads, and the fact that the alarm he just triggered would bring the first response team to his position in under 90 seconds. Good. Let them come. The first response team was a 6-man squad, armed with quirk-enhanced weaponry and backed by one of the 8 bullets, a man named Tabe, whose quirk let him eat anything and break it down to nothing. They arrived through the main building's western entrance in a tactical formation, fanning out across the courtyard. They found a hooded figure standing over a blood-smeared gate checkpoint, with one arm shaped like a blade that was longer than he was tall. He looked at them with glowing red eyes. His free hand flexed. The claws extended on that hand, 5 black points catching the security lighting. Tab stepped forward. His mouth opened, his quirk readying, jaws unhinging in a grotesque display of capability. He could eat anything. He was the counter for physical attacks, the solution for enemies who relied on weapons or projectiles. Izuku's tendrils erupted from his back before Tabe could close the distance. 6 spiked biomass appendages, each one targeting a separate squad member, punching through tactical vests and body armor like paper. The 6 guards were down in 3 seconds, impaled, lifted, and thrown aside in a spray of violence that painted the courtyard. Tabe was the only one still standing, having bitten through the tendril aimed at him, his teeth shearing through the viral biomass and dissolving it on contact. Interesting. Izuku filed the quirk's properties in real time. Then he reshifted both arms to hammer fists and hit Tabe with a downward strike that drove the man into the courtyard tiles so hard the impact cratered the stone to a depth of 2 feet. Tebe's quirk couldn't eat a fist that was already inside his body. He was consumed from the crater, the tendrils enveloping his broken form and drawing him inward. Fresh memories, fresh quirk integrated into the viral library. The ability to dissolve consumed material at accelerated rates, useful for processing larger targets. Filed. Izuku moved into the compound. The next 4 minutes were a cascade of violence that moved room to room with the momentum of a natural disaster. He cleared the ground floor's eastern wing in 90 seconds, claws through 3 sentries, blade through a reinforced door, and the 2 guards behind it, whip fist through a long corridor to catch a runner before he could reach the emergency exit. He consumed 2 of the 11 targets on this floor, enough to confirm the stairway location to sub-level 1 and the positions of the remaining 8 bullets members within the compound. The second floor held 3 more of the 8 bullets. Hojo, enhancement quirk, physical buffs. Setsuno, a quirk that let him steal held objects at range. Taibe was already consumed. 3 of 8 down, 5 remaining, and Izuku was only now reaching the residential level. Setsuno came at him from a side corridor, his quirk stripping the jacket right off Izuku's shoulders from 20 meters away. A telekinetic theft that was instant and invisible. Izuku's jacket vanished from his body and appeared in Setsuno's hands. Underneath, the biomass was visible. Black and red patterns running along both arms, pulsing under the skin, the viral architecture no longer hidden by fabric. Setsuno looked at what he was seeing and dropped the jacket. His face went white. Izuku closed the distance before the man could retreat. Claws through the right shoulder, disabling, crippling. Then the left hand, normal-shaped, gripping Setsuno's face. The consumption was instantaneous from that contact point, tendrils erupting from Izuku's palm, engulfing the man's head first, then his torso, then everything. 5 seconds. A new quirk, telekinetic object displacement. Integrated into the arsenal, Hojo met Izuku in the main stairwell between floors 2 and 3. His quirk was active, his body bulked up to twice its normal size, muscles swollen with enhancement energy, his skin carrying a faint luminescence that suggested reinforced durability. He swung at Izuku with a punch that would have put a hole in an engine block. Izuku caught the fist. His biomass-reinforced hand wrapped around Hojo's enhanced knuckles and held. The impact wave dispersed through Izuku's arm and dissipated harmlessly across his viral mass. Hojo's eyes widened. He pulled back. He couldn't. Izuku pulled instead. He yanked Hojo off his feet by the trapped fist, slammed him into the stairwell wall hard enough to crack the concrete, then consumed him against the surface, the tendrils pinning and absorbing simultaneously. Hojo's enhancement quirk joined the collection. The compound's interior layout, from the guards' memory banks, filled in another 2 sub-levels of blueprints. By the time Izuku reached the stairwell to sub-level 1, the compound behind him looked like a war had happened in it. Walls split, floors cratered, blood on every surface that biomass hadn't cleaned during consumption. The alarm was blaring, had been blaring since the front gate, and somewhere below, Overhaul was watching camera feeds and seeing something that defied his planning. Izuku knew this because his latest consumption, Hojo, had carried a memory of the monitoring room on sub-level 1 and the figure who sat in it. Overhaul. A man with golden eyes and a plague doctor's mask, watching the world through screens and seeing everything as filth to be scrubbed. The memory of him carried a particular weight. The kind of fear that employees feel toward a boss who could disassemble them with a touch, and nobody would question it. The stairwell to sub-level 1 was rigged. Izuku saw the explosives through consumed memory, shaped charges built into the walls, triggered by a remote detonator held by one of the remaining 8 bullets on the level below. He walked down the stairs anyway. The charges detonated when he was between floors. The stairwell became a furnace of concussive force and shrapnel, the explosion contained by the narrow space and amplified by the concrete surfaces. The fireball engulfed Izuku's body completely. The shrapnel shredded his torso and arms. The concussive force hammered him into the wall with enough impact to liquefy bone. He was still walking when the fire cleared. His body was reforming mid-stride, the burned biomass sloughing off in sheets of black char and being replaced by fresh tissue from beneath. His face regenerated from the skull outward. Bone, then muscle, then skin, then freckles, then the green hair regrowing from follicles that didn't exist 2 seconds ago. His eyes regrew last, empty sockets filling with new optical tissue that flared red the moment sight returned. The 8th bullet at the bottom of the stairwell, Nemoto, a man whose quirk forced truth from anyone he spoke to, looked at the burning figure descending the last steps toward him and asked the only question his quirk would let him ask. "What are you?" "The last thing you're going to see," Izuku said. The claws went through Nemoto's chest. He consumed the man standing up, and Nemoto's quirk, confession, the ability to compel truth, integrated into his system alongside everything else. He felt it settle in, a secondary ability running parallel to his viral architecture, ready to activate at will. But it was Nemoto's memories that mattered most. Nemoto was Overhaul's closest confidant. His memories contained the full blueprint of sublevels 2 through 4. The location of Ares' containment room, the security protocols, the traps, the dead zones where cameras didn't reach, and the nature of what Overhaul had been doing to a 6-year-old girl for the better part of 2 years. The memories hit Izuku like a physical blow. Not the information itself. He already knew the broad strokes, but the detail, the granularity. The specific images burned into Nemoto's recollection of what that room looked like after Overhaul was finished with a session. The sounds, the way Ares' voice had stopped carrying any emotion at all after the first 6 months. The biomass under Izuku's reforming skin surged. His arms shifted involuntarily, both forearms bulking, claws extending, the virus reading his emotional state and preparing for maximum output. He forced it back. He needed to be human when he reached that room. He needed to have a face that wouldn't terrify a child who had already been terrified enough for a lifetime. He descended to sublevel 3. Ares' room was here, a reinforced chamber at the end of a corridor lined with medical equipment and observation windows. The door was steel. The lock was biometric. Izuku put his fist through the lock. The door buckled inward. The room was small, sterile. A bed with restraint harnesses at the head and foot. Medical equipment mounted on rolling carts. Needles, extraction apparatus, monitoring devices. The walls were bare white tile. There were no toys. There were no books. There was nothing in this room that suggested a child lived here, except for the child herself. Eri was on the bed. Her white hair was matted. Her horn, a small protrusion on the right side of her forehead, caught the light. She was wearing a hospital gown that was too big for her. Her arms were wrapped in bandages from wrist to elbow. Her eyes, red, enormous, carrying a depth of resignation that no 6-year-old should be capable of, looked up at the figure in the doorway. And behind her, one hand on her shoulder, stood Overhaul. He looked exactly as the consumed memories had shown him. Tall, lean, golden eyes above a plague doctor's mask, a pristine white coat over a business suit. His hand rested on Ares' shoulder with a possessive ease that made Izuku's viral architecture scream. "You've made quite a mess of my compound," Overhaul said. His voice was even, measured. The voice of a man who believed he was in control of every situation by divine right. "I've been watching you on the cameras. Fascinating biology. Completely unsanitary, but fascinating." Izuku stepped into the room. His body was human-shaped. He was holding it there through will, the virus restrained beneath the surface, every morph retracted, every weapon hidden. He looked at Eri, at her bandaged arms, at the restraints on the bed, at the man holding her like a specimen. "Let her go," Izuku said. Overhaul's golden eyes assessed him the way a scientist assesses a new slide under a microscope. "You're biological. Everything about you is biological. Do you understand what that means to someone with my ability?" His hand left Ares' shoulder. His fingers spread, all 5, the full activation position of his deconstruction quirk. He touched Izuku's chest. The effect was immediate and total. Izuku's body came apart. Every cell, every molecule of biomass, every viral fiber, deconstructed simultaneously by a quirk that could break matter down to its constituent elements with a single touch. His body didn't collapse. It exploded outward, separating into a spray of liquid biomass that splattered across the floor, the walls, the ceiling, in a radius of red and black that coated the room in horror. Ares screamed. The sound was small and raw, and it came from a place inside her that had been screaming without sound for 2 years. She screamed because she had seen this before. Overhaul breaking things apart. Overhaul unmade people. and this person who had come through the door was just another thing that Overhaul had destroyed. Overhaul lowered his hand. He looked at the biomass coating the room with disgust beneath his mask. The contamination offended him on a level that went beyond tactical satisfaction. He turned back toward Eri, his hand rising to grab her shoulder again. The puddle on the floor moved. It was subtle at first. A ripple in the liquid biomass, a current running through the red and black spread across the tiles. Then it was obvious. The scattered matter was flowing, converging. Every droplet, every splash on the walls and ceiling, running downward and inward toward a central point on the floor with a purpose that defied gravity and physics and everything Overhaul's quirk was supposed to accomplish. The puddle boiled. The biomass rose from the floor in a column of writhing building matter. Black and crimson threads weaving together, forming structure, forming shape. Bones crystallized from the mass first, then muscle packed around them, then organs, or what passed for organs in a body made entirely of virus, then skin, then features. The reconstruction took 8 seconds. 8 seconds from puddle to standing figure. Less time than any regeneration Izuku had performed in his entire existence since the morgue, driven by a fury that the virus channeled into cellular reconstruction speed the way a turbine channels water into electricity. Izuku Midoriya stood in front of Overhaul, fully reformed, fully intact, every cell rebuilt from the ground up. His jacket was gone, destroyed in the deconstruction, and his bare torso showed the biomass architecture in full, the black and red patterns running beneath the skin like a living tattoo that pulsed with his heartbeat. His eyes were the brightest red they had ever been. His voice, when he spoke, carried the full viral distortion, a resonance that vibrated the air itself. You think you're the cure? I'm the disease, and I'm going to infect you. Overhaul's golden eyes were wide above his mask. His hand came up again, 5 fingers spread, the quirk activating, reaching for Izuku's chest to do the same thing again. Izuku caught the wrist. He caught it with a grip that Overhaul's strength couldn't break. The biomass in his palm flowing around the joint and locking it in place. That worked once, Izuku said. Try it again and see what happens. Overhaul's other hand swung around, palm open, fingers spread, aiming for Izuku's face. Izuku caught that wrist too. Both of Overhaul's hands were trapped, held in biomass-reinforced grips. The quirk activating but unable to make contact with its target. Overhaul made a decision. His body shifted. His feet planted, his weight dropped, and he reached behind himself with a desperate motion that shouldn't have been possible with both hands trapped. But it wasn't his own body he was reaching for. It was Nemoto's corpse, but Nemoto was already consumed. Overhaul's eyes flickered with realization. His second option. His backup fusion. Chrono, Overhaul screamed. A door on the far side of the room burst open. Chronostasis, another of the 8 bullets, a man whose quirk could slow the biological functions of anything his hair blade touched, charged in with his weapon drawn. His long, clock hand-shaped hair blade swung at Izuku's spine. Izuku's back erupted. 2 tendrils punched out from between his shoulder blades without his arms moving, without his grip on Overhaul releasing. The tendrils caught Chronostasis mid-swing, one wrapping his weapon arm, the other his torso, and slammed him into the ceiling so hard the concrete cracked, then pulled him down to the floor with equal force. The man was unconscious before his body finished bouncing off the tile. Overhaul used the distraction. He activated his quirk on the floor beneath their feet, deconstructing the tile, the concrete, the rebar, everything in a 2-meter radius. The floor gave way. Both of them dropped into the level below, a storage sublevel filled with crates and medical supplies. Overhaul landed on his feet. Izuku landed on his. Their distance was 4 meters now. Overhaul having broken Izuku's grip during the fall, Overhaul tore off his mask. His face beneath was angular, furious, and coated with sweat. He pressed his palm to the unconscious form of Chronostasis, who had fallen through the hole with them, and activated his quirk. Deconstruction. Then reconstruction. He merged himself with Chronostasis' body, rebuilding their combined mass into a new form. The fusion rose. It was grotesque. Overhaul's body expanded, his limbs lengthening, additional arms sprouting from his torso made from Chronostasis' repurposed flesh. He stood 8 feet tall, 4 arms, each hand capable of deconstruction, his golden eyes now multiplied across a face that had lost most of its human proportionality. It was a monster. Overhaul had made himself into a monster to fight a monster. Izuku looked at the fusion form. He rolled his shoulders. The biomass on his torso pulsed. He went up. The vertical sprint activated. His legs drove him up the nearest wall at full speed, feet gripping the concrete with viral adhesion, and he was on the ceiling in less than a second. The storage sublevel was tall, 6 meters of clearance, and Izuku hung from the ceiling by his feet and hands, looking down at the Overhaul fusion as it tracked his movement with 4 arms reaching upward. The whip fist extended from his right arm. The razor-tipped tendril lashed downward and caught one of the fusion's additional arms, the one made from Chronostasis's tissue, and sheared through it at the shoulder. The arm fell. Overhaul screamed. The fusion tried to regenerate the limb through his quirk, deconstructing nearby matter and reconstructing it as replacement tissue. But Izuku's whip fist came again, and again, striking from different angles at a speed that the fusion's 4 eyes couldn't track simultaneously. 3 more strikes. 3 more pieces of the fusion removed, carved away by the razor tendril from Izuku's ceiling position, each strike taking a limb or a section of reconstructed mass. The fusion was shrinking. Overhaul was losing material faster than he could replace it. His quirk needed matter to work with. He had to deconstruct something to reconstruct something else. And the storage sublevel was running out of available mass as he burned through crates and floor tiles trying to keep his fusion form intact. Izuku dropped from the ceiling. 6 meters, straight down, the full weight of his biomass-dense body falling with gravity and intent. The blade formed on his right arm mid-fall, the massive hooked edge of compressed viral matter extending from his forearm, aimed downward. Building momentum, he drove the blade through the center of Overhaul's fused chest. The impact was final. The blade went in from the top and exited at the bottom of the fusion's torso, splitting it along a vertical axis that separated Overhaul's original mass from Chronostasis's contributed tissue. The fusion collapsed, the biological bond holding it together severed by the blade's passage. And 2 bodies hit the floor in a spray of blood and deconstructed matter. Overhaul lay on his back, gasping. His body was his own again, unfused, human-sized, bleeding from wounds that his quirk could repair if he could just touch them with his hands. His hands. His fingers twitched, reaching for the ground beneath him, ready to deconstruct and rebuild, and Izuku's foot pinned Overhaul's right wrist to the floor. His hand, shifted back to claws, gripped the forearm below the elbow. "These hands," Izuku said, looking at them, "these are what you use on her. These are what you took her apart with." Overhaul's golden eyes went from furious to terrified in the space of a heartbeat. He understood what was about to happen. The consumption was targeted. Izuku did something he had never done before. He consumed selectively. The tendrils erupted from his palm and engulfed Overhaul's right arm from the elbow downward, taking the hand, the wrist, the forearm, the quirk factor concentrated in those cells, and drawing them into his biomass while leaving the rest of the man attached. The arm ended at a clean line below the elbow. No blood, no exposed bone, the tendrils sealing the stump as they finished their work. Overhaul screamed. It was the sound of someone losing everything that defined them in a single moment. Izuku stepped to the other side and repeated the process on the left arm. Overhaul lay on the floor of his own compound, with 2 sealed stumps where his hands used to be. His quirk required touch. His quirk required fingertips meeting surfaces. His identity, the man who could reshape the world with his palms, was gone. He was alive. He would live, but he would live as something less than what he was, forever. And the knowledge of that was already sinking into his eyes like acid into stone. His mouth opened. He tried to speak. What came out was a sound without words. A moan of loss so complete that it carried the weight of a man watching everything he built burn to the ground while he stood in the ashes with no way to rebuild it. Izuku felt the deconstruction quirk integrate into his viral architecture. It settled in alongside the dozens of other absorbed quirks. Shock absorption, super regeneration, hardening, enhancement, telekinetic displacement, truth compulsion, and now matter deconstruction and reconstruction. The full suite of Overhaul's power running through a body that could use all of it with 0 effort, he turned away from Overhaul. Chronostasis was unconscious beside him, alive, damaged, but alive. The two armless men lay in the wreckage of a sub-level storage room surrounded by shattered crates and broken concrete. Izuku went back up. He leaped through the hole in the ceiling, rising back into Eri's containment room. She was still on the bed. She had pulled her knees to her chest and wrapped her arms around them, making herself as small as possible. Her red eyes were open, staring at the hole in the floor where the fighting sounds had come from. Her body was shaking. Izuku retracted everything. Every trace of the virus's external architecture pulled beneath the surface. The red faded from his eyes. The biomass patterns disappeared under normal-looking skin. The claws were fingers. The density in his frame dialed back to something that approximated a 14-year-old boy's proportions. He stood in front of Eri, looking like the person he used to be. Green hair falling across his forehead, freckles on his cheeks, green eyes, his natural green, the virus holding that frequency without a trace of red. He crouched down to her level. His hands were open. His body language was everything the virus wasn't: soft, slow, present in a way designed to communicate safety, a child who had never been safe. "Hey," he said. His voice was his. No distortion, no resonance. Just a teenage boy talking to a scared kid. "My name is Izuku. I'm taking you out of here. Nobody is going to hurt you again." Eri's eyes found his face. She was looking for the monster. She was looking for the thing she had seen tear through the room 20 seconds ago. The creature with the red eyes and the black tendrils and the body that reformed from a puddle on the floor. She was looking for the weapon. She found a boy with freckles and sad eyes who was holding his hands open like an offering. You came back," she whispered. Her voice was barely a breath. "I came back," he confirmed. "I'm always going to come back." She reached for him. Her small hands, bandaged, scarred beneath the wrapping, hands that had been taken apart and reassembled more times than she could count, reached toward his chest. He let her touch him. Her palms pressed against his shirt, and she felt the warmth there. Artificial warmth. The virus running a higher base temperature than human biology, but it felt real to her. It felt like being held. He picked her up. One arm under her legs, one behind her back, her weight against his chest. She was so light it almost didn't register. She buried her face against his shoulder, and her body shook with sobs that had been locked inside her for longer than she could articulate. Izuku held her. He held her the way you hold something precious in a burning building, with both arms and no intention of letting go for anything that exists on this earth. The virus hummed in his cells, and it held her too, in its own way, recognizing in this child the same pattern it recognized in itself, a body used as raw material. A life reduced to biological potential by someone who saw persons as processes. Eri was what Izuku would have been if the virus hadn't brought him back. She was the table he died on, still happening, still ongoing. Until now, he heard them. Above, footsteps, dozens of them. Heavy, coordinated, moving through the compound's upper levels with the organized momentum of a professional response force. Pro-heroes. They had arrived, whether through intelligence of their own, surveillance on the compound, or simply responding to the alarm that had been blaring for 12 minutes straight. They were here. They were clearing rooms. They were descending. Izuku had 40 seconds before the first of them reached sub-level 3. He pulled the hood, which the virus had rebuilt from biomass in the seconds between the fight and this moment. A reflex, a piece of his identity the organism maintained the way it maintained his freckles, back over his head. His eyes shifted to red. The biomass stirred beneath the surface, ready. Eri was still pressed against his chest, her breathing evening out, her small body going limp with the particular surrender of a child who has decided to trust. He adjusted his grip on her. Secure. Protected. He looked up. The ceiling of sub-level 3 was reinforced concrete and rebar, 20 centimeters thick, designed to hold the weight of the building above. Izuku's legs coiled. The biomass in his calves and thighs packed tight, density building, every viral fiber aligning for a single explosive upward thrust. He launched. Through the ceiling of sub-level 3, through the floor of sub-level 2, through the ceiling of sub-level 2, through the floor of sub-level 1, through 4 more layers of structure, punching upward through the compound like a bullet through paper. Eri cradled against him inside a cocoon of hardened biomass that shielded her from every impact and every spray of debris. He broke through the roof of the compound in an explosion of tile and timber and emerged into the night sky, carrying a child who had stopped screaming and started holding on with everything she had. The pro-heroes below heard the impact. They felt the building shake. Some of them looked up in time to see a figure launch from the compound's roof and arc upward into the black sky, trailing debris, a small white-haired shape visible against his chest. By the time any of them reached the basement, there was nothing to find but destruction. Walls split, floors destroyed, the evidence of a fight that had moved through the compound like a hurricane through a house of cards. 2 men on sub-level 4, one armless and screaming, one unconscious, and an empty containment room with broken restraints and blood on the walls that was the wrong color. The girl was gone. The entity that took her was gone. The only thing left was the aftermath. Izuku landed on a rooftop 14 kilometers from the compound, a commercial district, tall buildings. The wind up here was cold, and the city spread out below like a carpet of light. Millions of lives proceeding without any awareness of what had just happened in a compound on their city's outskirts. He checked Eri. She was breathing. She had fallen asleep somewhere between sub-level 2 and the open air. The exhaustion of weeks of fear finally overwhelming her the moment her body decided it was safe enough to stop fighting. Her face was pressed against his shoulder. Her hand was gripping the front of his biomass-rebuilt jacket with a strength that seemed impossible for fingers that small. Izuku stood on the rooftop with Eri asleep against his chest and let the wind pull at his hood. His eyes were still red. The virus was still running hot, the aftermath of a full combat engagement that had tested every capability in his arsenal. The consumed quirks were still integrating. Overhaul's deconstruction ability settling into his biology like a new organ, finding its place. He had a list. All for One was still on it. Shigaraki was still on it. Garaki was still on it. The people who put him on a table, the people who built the machine, the people who decided that human bodies were raw material for their ambitions, all of them were still breathing somewhere in this city, still operating, still building their empire. But right now, on this rooftop, with this child held against him, the list could wait for exactly this long. For exactly these seconds where a girl who had been taken apart and reassembled like a broken machine was sleeping against the chest of something that understood what that felt like, because it had been on the same table, under the same lights, and had come back as something the people who built those tables should be very, very afraid of. The city hummed below. The wind moved above. The Blacklight Virus ran through every cell of Izuku Midoriya's reconstructed body with a steady, patient hunger that never slept and never forgot, and never stopped building toward the moment when it would reach the top of the chain and consume the man who started all of this. Eri's breathing was soft against his shoulder. Her heartbeat was steady, 62 beats per minute, the resting rate of a child in genuine sleep, monitored by a viral nervous system that had decided this rhythm was the most important sound in the world right now. Izuku looked out over the city. The list was still there. The names were still burning. All for One was still alive somewhere beneath this skyline, wearing a stolen face or sitting in a room full of screens, pulling strings that connected to the lives of everyone Izuku had consumed and everyone he had saved. He held that rooftop for another 4 minutes. The virus counted them in heartbeats. Aries at 62 per minute, his own at a frequency that approximated human rhythm, but ran on something else entirely. The wind shifted from the east and carried with it the smell of the city waking up in its sleep. Exhaust, concrete, the chemical signature of 100,000 lives proceeding without any awareness that the infrastructure holding their criminal underbelly together was burning out one node at a time. Izuku looked down at Eri. Her face in sleep was something he had to force himself to study without the viral combat architecture interpreting it as data. She was a child. She was 6 years old. She weighed 21 kilograms, and her horn caught the ambient light of the city below like a signal. The bandages on her arms were stained through in 3 places. Old blood, brown and oxidized. The evidence of wounds that had been opened and reopened so many times her body had stopped trying to fully heal them. He needed to move. The compound behind him was a crime scene now. Pro heroes would be running forensics by morning, and while the biological signature they found would tell them nothing actionable about what the Blacklight virus was, it would tell them the entity had been there. It would tell them the entity had taken a child, and the commission would spin that information into whatever shape justified their next response. The safe house was 14 kilometers southwest. An apartment on the 6th floor of a residential building in a neighborhood where people minded their own business because the rent was low enough that everyone living there had something they preferred to keep unexamined. The apartment belonged to a man named Sawada, or it had, until Izuku consumed him in Kamino 4 weeks prior. Sawada had been a mid-level money launderer for the League's financial arm. His apartment was clean, paid up through the next 3 months, and registered under a name that connected to nothing. It had a bed. It had running water. It had a lock on the door that a human being could trust. Izuku shifted Eri's weight against his chest. She stirred, her fingers tightening on his jacket, then relaxing, and he stepped off the rooftop. The biomass in his legs absorbed the 6-story drop without sound, his feet finding the pavement with the precision of something that had learned to treat gravity as a tool rather than a force. He moved through the pre-dawn streets at a pace that kept Eri's sleep undisturbed, fast enough to cover distance, smooth enough that the rhythm of his stride matched the gentle rocking she needed to stay under. He reached the building at 4:47 a.m. The lobby was empty. The elevator was broken, had been for months, based on the faded maintenance notice taped to its doors. He took the stairs at a walk, 6 flights. Eri's breathing never changed. He unlocked the apartment with a key he had taken from Sawada's body along with everything else, and he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The apartment was what it was, a studio with a bedroom separated by a sliding partition. A kitchen with a working stove and a refrigerator that hummed at a frequency Izuku's hearing registered as mildly irritating. A bathroom with a shower that ran hot if you gave it 3 minutes. The furniture was sparse, a couch, a table, the bed in the back room. The walls were bare. It smelled like absence, the particular scent of a space where no one has lived for weeks. He carried Eri to the bed, set her down with a slowness that the virus found inefficient and his inherited emotional architecture found necessary. Her body curled into the mattress the way water finds a container, filling the space, settling into it, her limbs drawing inward until she was a ball of white hair and bandages and hospital gown. He pulled the blanket over her. It was thin. He would find a better one tomorrow. He stood over the bed for 11 seconds, counting her heartbeat. 62. Steady. Then he turned to the work that needed doing before she woke up. The consumed memories of 47 individuals, the running total of his Hasaikai-adjacent operations, contained references to every off-grid medical practitioner operating in the criminal ecosystem between Hosu and Musutafu. Black market doctors. Quirk-specializing healers who kept their practices unregistered because the patients they treated would kill them if records existed. People with legitimate medical training who had found the wrong side of the law more profitable than the right one. One name stood out. Miho Takeda, a woman who had spent 3 years as the Shi Hasaikai's preferred physician for their enforcement arm, treating injuries, stitching wounds, prescribing medications that never showed up in any database. She had quit 6 months ago after a disagreement with Overhaul's inner circle about something the consumed memory was too peripheral to specify. She now operated a backroom clinic in a commercial district 12 kilometers from the safe house, treating whoever walked in with cash and no questions. Izuku left the apartment at 5:30 a.m. wearing a dead man's face. A consumed Hasaikai courier, whose build was close enough to Izuku's current mass that the proportions held without visible effort. He locked the door. He was back within 40 minutes, carrying 2 bags of groceries. Rice, vegetables, fruit, milk, the kind of food a child's body needed after prolonged nutritional deprivation. He also carried a blanket, heavy and clean, purchased from a 24-hour department store where the clerk had barely glanced at the forgettable man with the forgettable face, and in his jacket pocket, a specific brand of green tea, the same one his mother drank. He had reached for it without thinking, his hand finding the familiar packaging on the shelf, the way a reflex finds its pathway. He bought it anyway. It was a habit that belonged to a dead boy, and the virus kept it alive because the virus kept everything. He set the groceries in the kitchen, put the blanket on Eri. Left again. Miho Takeda's clinic occupied the back room of a massage parlor in a commercial building whose owner asked no questions about what happened behind the frosted glass partition in the rear. Izuku arrived at 6:15 a.m., still wearing the courier's face, and walked through the front without acknowledging the receptionist. The back room was accessible through a hallway that smelled like antiseptic and incense in equal measure. Miho was there, early 50s. Short hair going gray at the temples. Hands that moved with the training of someone who had spent 2 decades in medicine before spending 3 years patching up enforcers who broke other people for money. She was preparing her workspace, laying out instruments, checking supplies, the routine of someone who expected their first patient to arrive within the hour. She looked up when the door opened, saw the courier's face, recognized it. Her eyes narrowed with the specific recognition of someone who had treated this man's injuries twice in the past and associated his presence with nothing good. Izuku dropped the face. The features rippled. The biomass shifted beneath the skin, proportions changing, the jaw reshaping, the skin tone adjusting, the borrowed identity peeling away in ribbons of black tissue that reabsorbed into his frame. Miho watched this happen from 4 meters away. Her hands stopped moving. Her spine locked rigid against the counter behind her. Izuku stood in front of her wearing his own face. 14 years old, green hair, freckles, eyes carrying a red luminescence at their edges that faded as his body settled from the shift. He looked at her with an expression that carried zero interest in her reaction and complete attention to her capabilities. "I have a child who needs medical assessment," he said. 6 years old, yet quirk factor stressed beyond developmental limits, repeated physical trauma to the extremities, nutritional deprivation lasting at minimum 18 months. You're going to evaluate her condition and tell me what she needs to recover. Miho's throat worked. Her hands gripped the counter edge. I'm also going to tell you what happens if you contact anyone about this visit, attempt to leave this room before I'm finished, or provide care that falls below the standard you're capable of. His right hand flexed at his side, the fingers elongated by a centimeter. A suggestion, nothing more, but the suggestion was enough. The black coloring crept along his knuckles and retreated. "Are we clear?" Miho looked at his hands. She looked at his face. She was a woman who had spent 3 years in the proximity of Overhaul's organization and survived it. She knew how to read a room. She knew how to read a person who was telling her exactly what the situation was and leaving zero space for negotiation. "Where is she?" Miho said. Izuku brought Eri to the clinic 3 hours later, when the morning was bright enough that a man carrying a sleeping child drew less attention. He wore a different consumed face this time, a construction worker whose broad frame made him look like a tired father bringing his daughter to a doctor's appointment before his shift. Eri woke during transport but did not speak. She pressed against his chest and watched the world go by with eyes that tracked every movement in her field of vision, the way prey animals track the horizon line. Miho's expression when she saw Eri was something Izuku filed and kept. The woman's professional composure fractured for exactly 1 second, her eyes finding the bandages, the hospital gown, the horn, the particular way Eri flinched when Miho reached toward her without telegraphing the movement first. Something crossed the doctor's face that lived between horror and recognition. She had worked for the Hasaikai. She knew what they were capable of. "Put her in the chair," Miho said, and her voice had changed. The fear was still there underneath. She had seen what Izuku could do with his hands, but something else had risen above it. The professional imperative. The thing that made her become a doctor in the first place, before the wrong side of the law swallowed her career whole. Izuku set Eri in the examination chair. The girl's eyes went wide. The chair, the instruments, the clinical setting triggering associations that made her body go rigid and her breathing spike. Izuku crouched beside the chair, his hand, fully human-shaped, freckled, warm from the elevated viral temperature, found hers. Her fingers gripped his with the desperate strength of someone holding on to the only thing between herself and a memory. "She's going to look at you," Izuku said. His voice was the version without distortion, soft, human, carrying the specific register he used when speaking to Eri and no one else. That's all. Looking. If you want her to stop, you tell me. I'm right here. Eri's eyes moved from the instruments on the counter to his face. She found the freckles, the green eyes. Something in her grip relaxed by a fraction. Miho worked for 40 minutes. She examined Eri's arms beneath the bandages. Layer after layer of wound, old scarring over older scarring, tissue that had been broken and rebuilt so many times it had lost its original architecture. She checked vital signs. She assessed muscle tone, bone density through palpation, neurological response patterns. She asked questions that Eri answered in whispers when she answered at all. When it was finished, Miho sat back on her stool and looked at Izuku with an expression that said everything her words were about to confirm. Her quirk factor is damaged, Miho said. Whatever was done to her, and I can make some educated guesses about what. The power in her system has been pushed past developmental tolerance repeatedly. It's unstable in a way that makes it dangerous to her own cellular integrity. Her horn, that's the focal point. When it builds up without release, the energy feeds back into her body. She needs time. Extended rest without any external stress on her system. Proper nutrition. Her bones are 3 months behind in development for her age. Her immune system is running on reserves that should have been replenished a year ago. She paused. Who did this to her? Someone who can never do it again, Izuku said. What does she need that I can provide? Miho gave him a list. Nutritional supplements, a schedule for monitoring her horn's growth and energy accumulation. Signs to watch for if the quirk became unstable. The name of a pediatric specialist who operated outside the system, someone she trusted, or at least someone she feared less than she feared the man standing in front of her. Izuku took the information the same way he took everything, completely, permanently, integrated into a memory architecture that never lost a detail. But Miho's clinical knowledge ran deeper than what she was telling him. She carried 3 years of specialized medical training in quirk-related injury assessment. She knew the healing timelines for children under quirk factor stress. She understood the interaction between physical recovery and quirk stabilization at a level that would take Izuku months to acquire through observation alone. He needed that knowledge inside his system. All of it. Every relevant piece. His hand moved to her forearm. Miho flinched. A hard flinch, the kind that expected pain. But what she felt instead was something she would never be able to describe. The tendrils that emerged from Izuku's palm were thin as spider silk, almost invisible against the skin of his hand, and they pressed into her flesh at the cellular level without breaking the surface. They read rather than consumed, drawing information streams from her nervous system the way a reader draws words from a page, copying the medical knowledge, the training, the years of practical experience without taking the woman they belonged to. It lasted 8 seconds. Miho's eyes unfocused. Her body swayed on the stool. Then Izuku's hand withdrew, and she was blinking at nothing, her expression carrying the disorientation of someone who had just lost 10 minutes to an unexplained gap. Sit here for 20 minutes, Izuku said. Drink water. You'll feel normal when it passes. He picked Eri up from the chair. The girl's arms went around his neck immediately, a reflexive hold, her body trusting the warmth against her before her conscious mind could object. He walked out of the clinic carrying her, wearing the construction worker's face, and by the time Miho's focus returned, she was sitting alone in her examination room with an impression of green hair and red-rimmed eyes that was already fading into the unreliable territory of something she might have imagined. The safe house was warmer when they returned. Izuku had left the heating on, and the small apartment had reached a temperature that felt like something on purpose, rather than something accidental. He set Eri on the bed. He brought her food, rice, vegetables cut small, a glass of milk that she held in both hands, and drank without stopping until it was empty. She ate slowly. Her eyes tracked him as he moved through the apartment, putting away groceries, checking the windows, running the perimeter of the space with his senses the way he always did, the virus mapping every vibration and heartbeat within a 2-block radius on automatic. His body language was steady, present, the kind of presence that says, I am here, and I am staying here, and there is nothing coming through that door that I will allow to reach you." Eri finished her rice. She set the bowl on the bed beside her. She looked at the room, the bare walls, the plain furniture, the blanket he had bought, the absence of anything threatening, and her face changed. It was small. It was the smallest thing Izuku had ever seen a human face do. The space between her eyebrows shifted. Her mouth lost a fraction of its tension. Her shoulders, which had been drawn up toward her ears since the moment he first saw her on that bed in Overhaul's compound, dropped by 2 centimeters. She looked at the door. It was closed. There was no lock on the inside, just a deadbolt that turned from within. She looked at it for a long time. "He's gone," she said. "He's gone. He can't come back. He can never come back." She pulled the blanket up to her chin. Her eyes found the ceiling. Blank, white, unstained, nothing mounted on it, nothing hanging from it, nothing that could come down. She breathed in through her nose and let it out through her mouth in a pattern that suggested someone had once taught her this as a way to manage panic, and she had practiced it so many times it ran without her choosing it. Izuku sat on the floor beside the bed, his back against the wall, his knees drawn up, the virus running at a low hum beneath his skin, present, watchful, every sensor array trained on the building and the street and the district beyond, the concentric circles of awareness that never turned off. He was sitting still, and he was everywhere at once, and the combination of those two things was the only kind of safety he knew how to offer. Eri fell asleep with her hand hanging off the edge of the mattress. Her fingertips brushed the shoulder of his jacket. She held onto that contact the way you hold onto the last thing you see before the lights go out, 62 beats per minute, steady. Izuku sat with her until her breathing reached the depth that meant she was fully under. Then he stood, pulled his hood on, checked the apartment one more time. Every window, every wall, the structural integrity of the door, the vibration patterns of the neighbors on adjacent floors, all normal, all stable. He walked to the door, opened it. Paused, the world had noticed what he had been doing. He could feel it the way a swimmer feels a current shift, the pressure changing, the direction of the water's movement revealing something about what was upstream. The USJ attack had gone public within hours of its occurrence. The Hasaikai raid had broken into news coverage by the following morning. A major Yakuza compound destroyed, a criminal enterprise dismantled, 2 men found alive in a sublevel with injuries that defied medical explanation. The Commission's public statement called it an ongoing investigation into villain-on-villain activity. The intelligence community's private assessment, based on biological trace evidence recovered from both scenes, connected both events to a single organism. The word Blacklight was moving through channels that mattered. Hero agencies had been briefed. Patrol assignments in Camino and surrounding wards had been tripled. The Commission was treating the entity as hostile until proven otherwise because the Commission's framework had exactly 2 categories, hero or threat, and something that consumed human beings alive did not fit the first one, regardless of who it consumed. Izuku knew all of this through consumed intelligence that predated these events. He knew how the Commission operated. He knew how their containment protocols worked. He knew the limits of their response capability because the people he had consumed over 8 weeks included 3 individuals who had direct interaction with Commission operations and carried the institutional knowledge of how that machine functioned. They were a distraction. The pro-heroes patrolling his territory with enhanced alertness were a distraction. The entire institutional response was a reaction to symptoms while the disease continued its work unobserved. Somewhere beneath this city, All for One was receiving a report. Shigaraki's failure at the USJ had already climbed the chain. The Hasaikai's destruction, a nominally independent organization, but one whose operations AFO monitored through embedded intelligence assets, had climbed further. And now the League's own network was being consumed from the bottom up by something that left no bodies, no evidence, and no survivors capable of reporting what they had seen. Izuku stepped through the apartment door and locked it behind him. His eyes went red in the stairwell's unlit interior. The biomass beneath his jacket stirred with the particular energy it carried when the hunting pattern activated. He would be back before Eri woke. The League's response came within 48 hours. Izuku felt it before he saw it. The ecosystem contracting around him like a fist closing. The supply chain he had been consuming targets from went dry overnight. Safe houses he had mapped through weeks of patient intelligence work were evacuated in a coordinated 6-hour window. Communication nodes, the dead drops, the encrypted channels, the face-to-face meeting points, went silent across every ward where Izuku had been operating. Someone at the top had given an order. Pull inward. Burn everything at the margins. Starve the predator of its prey. It was smart. It was the correct strategic response to a consumption-based threat that grew stronger with each successful feeding. Cut the supply, remove the accessible targets, force the predator to overextend or starve. It was also 3 weeks too late. Izuku already had the picture. Every name he needed lived in the consumed memories of 47 individuals whose combined intelligence had built a map so complete that the retreating network was trying to erase itself from a photograph that had already been developed. They could burn every safe house in the city. They could relocate every operator. They could change every code and every protocol. The addresses were in his head. The faces were in his head. The organizational chart was in his head, drawn in the ink of consumed memory, permanent and total. All for one had made the right move too late, and the second move came 4 days after the first. Izuku was 3 blocks from the safe house, returning from a perimeter sweep, wearing his own face because the hour was late enough and the streets were empty enough that disguise was unnecessary, when the first one hit him. The impact came from his left at a speed his eyes could not track. Something connected with his ribcage with a force that launched him sideways through a parked delivery truck, through the truck's opposite wall, and into the facade of a commercial building. The wall cracked around his body. His ribs broke on impact, 4, 5, 6 of them fracturing inward, and then the regeneration activated before the dust of the wall finished falling. He was on his feet in 2 seconds. His ribs knitting back together in the time it took him to register the shape that had hit him. It was already gone. The space where the impact originated was empty. Whatever had been there had moved again, redeploying at a speed that left only a pressure signature in the air. Izuku's enhanced hearing caught the displacement 1/10 of a second before the second hit. He raised both arms in a biomass-hardened guard, and the impact drove him backward 3 meters across the asphalt, his feet cutting trenches in the road surface, a Nomu. Speed variant. He caught a fraction of its outline before it moved again. Gray muscle like the exposed brain case, limbs elongated for velocity rather than mass. It was built for hit-and-move patterns, delivering impact from angles that changed faster than a human nervous system could track. Then the ground beneath him buckled. The asphalt cratered inward under a weight that should have been impossible for something standing on it. Izuku dropped through the broken road surface into a pocket of compressed earth and found himself face to chest with the second one. Mass variant. A wall of gray tissue 3 meters wide, packed so densely that the viral sensors in Izuku's skin registered it as closer to stone than flesh. It swung one arm, a limb thicker than his entire torso, and caught him across the chest before he could fully disengage from the speed variant's suppression pattern. He went through the wall of the subway tunnel behind the road surface, through 2 more concrete barriers, into the open space of a station platform, his body cratering the tiles as he landed. 2. He had counted 2. The consumed memories from the League's intelligence network warned him there would be more. The third announced itself with a sound, a rising harmonic, like air being compressed inside a horn, followed by a blast of concussive force that filled the entire width of the subway tunnel. There was nothing to dodge. The wavefront was wall-to-wall, floor-to-ceiling, a ranged projection designed to eliminate evasion as a survival strategy. Izuku used Overhaul's deconstruction. His hands hit the platform beneath him, both palms flat, and the concrete responded to his quirk in a millisecond. The platform tiles, the rebar beneath them, the structural support material below that, all of it broke down into its base components and restructured upward into a barrier wall 6 meters wide and 1 meter thick. The concussive blast hit the wall, and the wall absorbed it, cracking through its full depth, but holding just long enough for the wave to dissipate into its structural mass. Behind the remains of his barrier, Izuku's body finished regenerating from the mass variant's hit. His chest expanded back to its proper dimensions, the compressed tissue regaining its shape as the biomass rebuilt what had been flattened. His eyes burned red in the underground lighting. His hands were already shifting, right arm extending into the whip fist, the razor-tipped tendril reaching through the gap in his barrier toward the ranged Nomu's arm. The tendril wrapped the Nomu's projection limb at the elbow joint. Izuku pulled. The arm separated from the body at the shoulder socket with a wet tearing sound that echoed through the tunnel, and the ranged Nomu staggered sideways, spewing gray fluid from the wound. Its remaining arm tried to charge another blast. The whip fist retracted and extended again, wrapping the throat this time, and yanked the Nomu's entire body toward Izuku at a speed that cracked the platform tiles in its wake. He met it with hammer fists, both arms already bulked to maximum density when the ranged Nomu reached him, his fists connecting with its skull simultaneously from both sides in a compression strike that broke the brain case open like an eggshell between two rocks. The body went limp. The tendrils erupted from his chest and took it, consuming the remains in transit, pulling the biomass inward while Izuku was already moving, already turning to face the mass variant charging through the subway tunnel toward him. The ground shook with its footfalls. 300 kilos of compressed gray flesh moving at a speed its mass should have prevented, each step cracking the tunnel floor. Izuku planted his feet, both hammer fists still active. He met the charge head-on. The collision was seismic. Izuku's fists connected with the mass variant's chest at the same moment its shoulder drove into his torso, and the opposing forces generated a shockwave that blew out every window on the street above. The tunnel walls cracked in spiderweb patterns for 50 meters in both directions. Support columns fractured. Ceiling tiles rained down in sheets. The mass variant pushed forward. Izuku's feet cut through the platform floor, driven backward by the Nomu's mass advantage. 3 meters. 5. 7. He was being bulldozed through a subway station by something that weighed 15 times what he did. He stopped pushing back. Instead, he used the Nomu's momentum, letting it drive him backward while his arms shifted from hammer fists to claws, the fingers elongating and hardening in the fraction of a second between the Nomu's forward thrust and its next step. He hooked both sets of claws into the Nomu's shoulders, used its own movement to vault himself up and over its bulk, and landed on its back with his full weight and every claw sunk to the knuckle. The mass variant tried to reach him. Its arms, thick as tree trunks, swung backward, but the joints were built for forward force, and the angle of reach behind its own shoulders fell short. Izuku drove both feet into the Nomu's spine, the biomass packing into his legs at maximum density, and the creature's lower body buckled beneath the focused point impact. It went to its knees. Izuku's blade extended from his right forearm, and he drove it downward through the base of the mass variant's skull, through the brain case, through the cranial structure, through the spinal column where it connected to the body's motor control center. The blade sank to its hilt. The Nomu stopped moving. He consumed it from the back, the tendrils spreading outward from every point where his body contacted the Nomu's surface, engulfing the massive form in black biomass that compressed and folded the gray flesh inward with a speed that was faster than any consumption in Part 1. The virus had learned. Every feeding made the process more efficient, the biomass transfer more rapid. 300 kilos of Nomu-grade tissue joined his architecture in 7 seconds, 2 down. The speed variant was still out there. It hit him the moment he finished absorbing the mass variant. A lateral strike to the jaw that snapped his head sideways and sent him sliding across the platform. He was up before his body stopped moving, his legs finding purchase mid-slide, and he tracked the speed variant's movement through the displacement pattern in the air. It was circling, moving in a pattern designed to prevent target fixation, coming from different angles each time, never the same approach, a biological missile on a randomized flight path. He could feel it, but he could barely see it. The consumed memories had warned him about this variant, built for speed that made it invisible at distance, closing gaps before a target could react. Izuku stopped trying to react. He let the Nomu hit him. The next strike came from behind. an impact to his lower spine that would have severed a normal person's spinal cord. The pain registered and the regeneration handled it, and Izuku stood through it, letting the hit land without attempting to block or dodge. He was counting. Timing. Timing. The viral architecture processing the intervals between strikes, the way a computer processes input streams, 3 seconds between hits. The speed variant was fast in motion, but it needed 3 seconds to decelerate, reorient, and build to full speed again. 3 seconds of vulnerability between each pass. The next hit came. Left shoulder. Izuku absorbed it. Counted. 1, 2, 3. The pressure displacement pattern shifted, the Nomu decelerating somewhere to his right, approximately 9 meters away, entering the reorientation phase where its speed was at minimum, the whip fist extended at maximum reach. 15 meters of razor-tipped tendril lashing outward in the direction the displacement pattern indicated. The sound it made was a crack, the speed of extension breaking the air itself. It connected. The tendril wrapped something solid at 9 meters. The speed variant's torso caught mid-deceleration, pinned in the 3-second window where its primary advantage was offline. Izuku yanked. The Nomu came toward him at the speed of the tendril's retraction rather than its own locomotion, and it arrived in his grip with a force that was entirely his to control. Both hands clamped onto the speed variant's skull. The tendrils erupted from every contact point, palms, fingers, wrists, and the consumption was total and instant. The speed variant came apart in his hands like wet paper, drawn into his biomass through a dozen points of entry simultaneously, the virus breaking it down and integrating it in less than 3 seconds. 3 down. 1 remaining. The fourth Nomu emerged from the far end of the tunnel with a stride that suggested it had been waiting. Observing. It was built differently from the other 3. Leaner, more humanoid in proportion, its gray flesh carrying a visible texture that looked like overlapping scales or armored cells. The anti-consumption variant. Designed to resist the thing that defined Izuku's threat profile. Izuku looked at it across 30 meters of destroyed subway platform. He extended tendrils from his right arm, a probing gesture, 3 black threads reaching toward the Nomu at maximum speed. They connected with its surface and immediately ground against resistance. The viral integration that should have been instant, the cellular takeover that broke down a target's biology in seconds, met active opposition at the molecular level. The Nomu's cells were fighting back, rejecting the integration, pushing against the viral architecture with something engineered into their structure from the ground up. The 3 tendrils retracted, their tips damaged, worn down, reduced in mass rather than enriched by it. It hurt. A grinding sensation that the virus communicated to Izuku's awareness as wrongness, as an encounter with something that spoke its language and used that language to say no. Izuku retracted the tendrils fully. He rolled his shoulders. The biomass in his arms shifted to blade configuration on the right, claws on the left. If consumption required time and force, he would create the conditions for both. He closed the distance at full sprint, the viral musculature in his legs firing at maximum output, the platform tiles cracking beneath each footfall, his body covering 30 meters in just over a second. The blade led. He drove it into the anti-consumption Nomu's torso with a force that carried his full body weight and momentum behind it. The blade sank in. The Nomu's engineered cells did not resist physical damage. They resisted integration. The flesh split, like any flesh would under a weapon of that mass and sharpness, gray fluid spraying from the wound, the Nomu's body driven backward 3 meters by the impact. But it was still standing. Its hands found Izuku's shoulders, gripping, trying to hold him in place, and its head drove forward in a headbutt that connected with his face and broke his nose flat against his skull. The regeneration handled it in 2 seconds, but the Nomu used those 2 seconds to wrap both arms around Izuku's torso in a bear hug that compressed his ribcage to dangerous levels. Izuku's ribs cracked inward. The Nomu squeezed harder. Its cellular resistance meant that the passive viral contact between their bodies, the ambient integration that would normally begin consuming anything Izuku touched for more than a few seconds, was being actively rejected. He could feel his biomass pushing against the Nomu's surface and being refused. Over and over, he deactivated the blade. Both arms went to hammer fist. The transformation was instant. Both forearms swelling to triple their mass, dense and heavy, built for a single purpose. He brought both fists down on the Nomu's shoulders from inside the bear hug. Awkward angle, limited range of motion, but the force was still enough to crack both clavicles simultaneously. The grip loosened. Izuku hammered again, both fists into the Nomu's trapezius muscles, driving the impacts downward through its skeletal structure. The arms fell away. He stepped back. Reset. Both hammer fists retracted. Both arms shifted to something new, a configuration he had never tried before this moment, born from the speed variant he had consumed 90 seconds ago. His legs packed with the same accelerant biology the speed Nomu had carried. He felt it integrate in real time, the fast twitch capability settling into his musculature like a gear engaging. He moved, faster than before. The speed variant's locomotion architecture ran through his legs and launched him at the anti-consumption Nomu with a velocity that cracked the air behind him. Blade reformed on one arm mid-sprint. He hit the Nomu at a speed it could not track, the blade severing its right arm at the shoulder, the momentum carrying him past and around, circling back for a second strike before the first wound had finished opening. Second strike, through the left knee, the blade passing through the joint and separating the lower leg from the thigh. The Nomu collapsed to one knee. Third strike, across the torso, opening the chest cavity in a horizontal line that exposed gray muscle and the armored internal structure. He kept going, strike after strike. The speed variant's biology let him circle the anti-consumption Nomu at a pace that made his blade work look like a storm. Impacts landing from every direction in a pattern so fast the Nomu could not orient toward any of them before the next arrived. He was taking it apart, piece by piece, limb by limb, reducing it from a coherent organism to a collection of separated tissue that had less and less structural integrity with each pass. When there was nothing coherent left, when the anti-consumption Nomu was a spread of gray biomass across the platform floor, individual cells still active but unable to coordinate resistance because the body they belonged to no longer existed as a unified system, Izuku stopped. He stood at the center of the remains. Every tendril he possessed erupted simultaneously, dozens of them. From his back, his chest, his arms, his shoulders, his spine, each one finding a separate piece of the dismembered Nomu. Each one engaging the cellular resistance from a different angle, at a different frequency, overwhelming the engineered defense through sheer volume. The integration fought him at every point of contact, grinding, resisting, pushing back with everything its design allowed. But the design assumed a unified body. The design assumed coordinated resistance. It did not account for an attacker who would dismember the body first and then consume the fragments individually from 40 simultaneous contact points. The consumption took 40 seconds. It was the longest, hardest feeding of Izuku's existence. Every second of it carried that grinding wrongness, the cells fighting their own absorption with everything they had. And every second, the virus pushed through it with the patience of something that had already decided the outcome and was simply waiting for reality to agree. When the last fragment was integrated and the tendrils retracted, and Izuku stood alone in the destroyed subway station, his body was heavier than it had ever been. His mass had increased visibly across the 4-Nomu fight. Shoulders broader, frame denser, the viral architecture running at a capacity that made the air around him vibrate. At a frequency human ears could almost detect. He also carried the anti-consumption biology inside him now. Understood from the inside, reverse-engineered through forced integration, and turned from a defensive measure into something his own cellular structure could deploy if anything ever tried to disrupt his biomass from the outside. The thing designed to fight him was now part of him. Another weapon in the arsenal, another layer of defense. The subway station looked like a natural disaster had passed through it. Support columns broken, platform destroyed, rails bent. A section of the street above had partially collapsed into the tunnel, letting in the orange glow of streetlights in the cold night air. Izuku looked up through the collapsed section. The city above was still running. Cars on distant streets, the sound of someone's television through an apartment window. The hum of infrastructure that had no idea what had just happened 50 meters below. He jumped through the collapsed opening, out of the tunnel, up into the night air. He landed on the street above in a crouch that cracked the remaining asphalt. His eyes scanned the skyline. His viral senses extended outward, heartbeats, thermal signatures, movement patterns, checking for follow-up. Checking for a fifth, a sixth. Checking for anything else. All for One might have sent nothing. 4 was the deployment. 4 was the response. 4 was everything. AFO was willing to burn on a field test. Izuku stood on the street and looked in the direction he knew AFO was. He could feel the man's presence in the city the way a compass feels north. Something in the consumed memories orienting toward the source of all of them. The gravity well that every piece of intelligence in his head ultimately orbited. He started walking. The facilities fell one after another across the following 9 days. Izuku worked east to west because the eastern facilities were furthest from Kamino and furthest from the territory AFO monitored most heavily. He hit the first one at 3 a.m. on a Friday, a converted pharmaceutical plant in an industrial district 2 hours east of the city center. Below the manufacturing floor, 3 sublevels of Nomu production. He entered through the loading dock. A consumed face, one of the drivers who made weekly chemical deliveries, got him through the security checkpoint without the perimeter guards raising an alert. He walked through the ground floor at a pace that suggested routine. At the stairwell to sublevel 1, he dropped the face. The biomass shifted. The real features emerged. The first researcher he found was a woman in a lab coat reviewing production data on a tablet. She looked up from her screen and had approximately 1 breath to register what was standing in front of her before the tendrils erupted from his chest in a spray of black threads that engulfed her torso and face simultaneously. The consumption was fast, 3 seconds from contact to integration, and her memories flooded in with the clarity of someone who had been thinking about her work at the moment of death. Facility layout confirmed. Staff count 17. Active Nomu subjects, 4 in production, 2 activated. Security detail, 6 armed personnel on rotating shifts. He moved through the facility with a momentum that left nothing standing. The guards went down in pairs, each consumption providing real-time updates on the positions of the survivors, the shrinking circle of personnel who had no idea what was coming through their corridors. The activated Nomu on sublevel 2 charged him in a narrow hallway, and he met it with hammer fists at full density, driving it back into the wall, through the wall, into the production bay behind it, and consuming it in the open space where its remains spread across the tile floor and were drawn into his mass by tendrils that moved with a hunger that had been building for 9 days. He burned the machinery. Every production unit, every genetic sequencer, every containment tank, every piece of equipment that could be used to create another Nomu. He used overhauls deconstruction to break the machines down to their raw materials and left the materials in piles of unrecognizable matter on the production floor. The fire started itself from exposed chemicals and electrical systems. He was gone before the smoke reached the surface. The second facility was smaller, a laboratory hidden beneath a residential block. 6 researchers, 3 guards, 1 sublevel. He entered through the sewer system pack, punching upward through the floor of the lowest corridor, consuming the 2 researchers working the overnight shift before they could trigger an alarm. The others he found in their bunks on the surface level, sleeping in converted apartments that served as staff housing. He took them one at a time. Their memories confirmed what the first facility's staff had already established. Each lab operated on the same production protocol, the same source materials, the same command structure reporting upward through Garaki's oversight network to AFO. The third facility required a vertical entry. It was built into the basement levels of a high-rise office building in a commercial district, 20 stories of legitimate business above 4 stories of Nomu production below. Izuku entered from the roof. He sprinted down the exterior wall at 2 a.m. 40 floors of vertical descent with his feet gripping the concrete through viral adhesion, and punched through the window of the 20th floor, passed through the empty offices like a shadow with weight, and found the concealed stairwell that led to the production levels behind a wall in the building's service corridor. He killed the lights on sublevel 1 before he entered. The facility went to emergency power. Red backup lighting, the kind that turned everything into a horror film. He moved through the red glow with his eyes providing their own illumination. 2 points of bright crimson in the emergency-lit corridors, and the researchers who caught glimpses of him in the seconds before consumption said nothing coherent enough to qualify as last words. Facility 4. Facility 5. Facility 6. Each one different in structure and location. One in a warehouse district, one beneath a shipping yard, one inside a decommissioned water treatment plant with 32 civilian workers running legitimate operations on the floors above the production levels. At that one, Izuku was careful in a way the virus found inefficient. He moved through the sublevel without allowing a single piece of evidence to reach the surface. The civilian workers above continued their shifts without interruption, while below them, an entire Nomu production operation was consumed from the inside out by something they would never know existed beneath their feet. The memories accumulated, each consumed researcher adding layers to the map, each consumed guard providing security intelligence for adjacent facilities, each new piece of information sharpening the picture until Izuku could see the full scope of AFO's infrastructure. 12 production sites, 4 major supply chains, 300 personnel across the entire network, and one man at the center of all of it, whose location was protected by more layers of obfuscation than any other piece of intelligence in the system. Garaki's name appeared in every facility, his protocols, his research methodology, his handwriting on documents that described the viral strain DX1118C and the parameters for subject selection. Quirkless individuals aged 12 to 16, 0 internal resistance to cellular replacement, expendable demographics that generated minimal investigation when they disappeared. Expendable demographics. The phrase lived in a dozen consumed researchers' memories with the particular weight of something they had all internalized without examining. A category of person. A designation that made it acceptable to put needles in children and log their deaths in a spreadsheet. The 7th facility. The 8th. Each one burning behind him, each fire visible from a distance that grew shorter as he moved westward toward the city center. The news coverage started on day 5. Reports of industrial fires, unexplained explosions in districts where chemical storage made such events plausible, but their frequency was straining credulity. Investigators were connecting the sites. The pattern was emerging in their data the way it had already emerged in Izuku's consumed memories. A straight line, east to west, heading somewhere. He found Garaki at the 9th facility. It was the largest of the remaining sites, a full production complex buried beneath an abandoned factory in an industrial corridor 40 minutes from Kamino. 3 above-ground levels of rusted machinery and empty offices. 5 below-ground levels of active Nomu production running at maximum capacity because Garaki had been accelerating output for the past 3 weeks, trying to build enough weaponized assets to justify the losses AFO was sustaining elsewhere. Izuku arrived at 1:30 a.m. He entered through the loading dock, the same entry pattern as the first facility, using a consumed driver's face, walking through security like he belonged. He dropped the face in the stairwell. Let the features peel away in sheets of black biomass that the walls absorbed as he descended. By the time he reached sublevel 1, he was himself. Green hair, freckles, hood up, eyes burning at a red that cast its own light in the concrete corridors. He cleared sublevels 1 through 3 in 6 minutes. Faster than any previous facility, the virus had optimized every movement pattern across 8 prior engagements. The consumption process refined to maximum efficiency. The combat morphs deploying and retracting in sequences that left 0 recovery time between targets. Guards fell. Researchers fell. 2 activated Nomu on sublevel 3 fell. 1 to the blade through its brain case. 1 to a hammer fist that drove it through 2 reinforced walls before the tendrils took it. He reached sublevel 4 and found the loading dock. A heavy vehicle, armored transport, the kind used to move sensitive materials between facilities, was backed up to the dock with its rear doors open. 3 technicians were loading crates of data storage devices into the cargo hold, with the specific urgency of people operating on a timeline that had just become very short. And beyond them, directing the operation with one hand on a radio and the other clutching a tablet to his chest, stood Dr. Kyudai Garaki. He was smaller than the consumed memories had suggested. Shorter, rounder, an old man with a bald head and a white lab coat that hung on him like the costume of a profession he had perverted beyond recognition. His eyes were focused on the tablet, checking a manifest, confirming that the critical data was being preserved, that the most important research from his decades of work was making it into the transport before whatever was burning his facilities from the east reached this one. He was too late. He was 3 minutes too late. Izuku walked onto the loading dock. His footsteps were silent, the viral biomass in his soul's absorbing impact the way it absorbed everything. But one of the technicians saw him. The man looked up from his crate, and his face changed the way faces change when the body has identified a threat faster than the conscious mind can process it. His mouth opened. He was going to shout. Izuku's whip fist extended and took the man off his feet in a coil around the torso that yanked him backward into the consumption range before the shout finished forming. The tendrils engulfed him midair. Gone in transit. The other two technicians saw this, saw their colleague disappear into black mass and leave nothing behind, and they ran. One toward the transport, one toward the far door. Izuku let them run. They would die in the fire, or they would escape and live as people who carried nightmares they could never explain. Either outcome was acceptable. His focus was singular now. Every consumed memory across 9 facilities, across 47 prior targets, across 8 weeks of hunting. All of it had led to this loading dock and this old man who was now turning from his tablet with an expression that began at confusion and ended at recognition in the space of a single heartbeat. Garaki saw him, saw the green hair, the freckles, the eyes glowing red above the pulled-down hood. The old doctor's face went through 4 distinct emotional states in 2 seconds. Confusion, recognition, shock, and a final expression that settled like cement hardening. The look of a man staring at something impossible that he built with his own hands. Subject DX118C, Garaki said. His voice was thin. It carried the exact quality that consumed memories had preserved, the academic distance, the habit of classification that turned people into designations. But beneath that habit, something else was present now. Something the consumed memories of facility guards had never captured because Garaki had never shown it in front of them. He was afraid. The tablet slipped from his fingers. It hit the loading dock floor with a crack that split the screen. Garaki stepped backward. 1 step, 2. His body performing the instinctive retreat of something that recognized a predator at the level of nerve and marrow. "That's what you called me," Izuku said. He moved forward. 1 step for every step Garaki took back. A subject number, a line item, a file in a database next to 400 other files you marked as failures and moved on from in 7 seconds. Garaki's back hit the wall. There was nowhere else to go. His hand found his radio, his fingers closing around it, his thumb pressing the transmit button, his mouth opening to call for help that was already dead in the corridors above. Izuku's hand was on Garaki's wrist before the first word left his mouth. The grip was absolute. Biomass flowing around the joint, locking it, compressing the radio into the old man's palm until the plastic casing cracked and the electronics died. Garaki's eyes went wide. His other hand reached for the technician still loading the transport. His quirk activating, the life force ability reaching for a host drain, trying to restore his own cellular vitality to something that might survive the next 10 seconds. The tendril from Izuku's left shoulder took the technician off the dock and into the cargo hold of the transport, alive, thrown rather than consumed, removed from Garaki's reach before the quirk could find purchase. The old man's hand closed on empty air. Izuku crouched. He brought his face level with Garaki's, close enough to smell the man. Old sweat, antiseptic, the chemical signature of a life spent in laboratories making decisions about who lived and who died on the basis of data sheets and subject parameters. Close enough for Garaki to see every detail of the face he had created by putting a 14-year-old boy on a table and pumping alien death into his bloodstream. "You built me into this. You put this inside me. Now I'm the last thing you'll ever see." Garaki opened his mouth, whether to beg, to explain, to justify whatever word was forming behind his teeth. It never reached air. The tendrils erupted from Izuku's chest at point-blank range. They hit Garaki's torso in 8 places simultaneously and drove inward, through the lab coat, through the shirt beneath, through skin and muscle and bone, the consumption beginning at every point of entry and spreading inward toward the center. The old man's body came apart. It broke down layer by layer, skin first, then subcutaneous tissue, then muscle and fascia, then bone, each layer drawn into the viral biomass with a thoroughness that left nothing behind. His organs went last. His brain went last of last. The final seconds of consciousness preserved in the transfer as the viral tendrils read every electrical signal still firing in his dying nervous system. 6 seconds. Floor to finish. When the tendrils retracted and Izuku stood alone on the loading dock, there was nothing where Garaki had been. The wall behind him was clean. The floor was clean. The space was empty in a way that denied the man had ever occupied it. The memories hit like a flood wall breaching. Not a stream, a torrent. Decades of research compressed into a single moment of integration. Every experiment Garaki had ever designed, every subject he had ever processed, every failure he had logged, and every success he had pursued. The Nomu program from its inception to its current state. The viral research, the DX series, the Blacklight strain, the parameters and protocols, and the dozens of dead bodies that preceded Izuku's impossible survival, he saw himself. In Garaki's memory, a file, a name, a photograph pulled from a national registry. 14-year-old boy with green hair and freckles and a notation next to his quirk status, gratis, none. The notation had been highlighted, underlined, marked with a star that meant high-priority candidate, because a body without a quirk factor was the cleanest possible medium for total viral integration. He saw the moment Garaki signed the acquisition order. It took 7 seconds of his attention. He had been eating lunch at his desk, rice and pickled vegetables, and he signed the order with the hand that was holding his chopsticks, set the pen down, and picked up his next bite without breaking rhythm. He was approved for acquisition at 12:34 p.m. on a Monday, between 2 bites of rice. The memory settled into Izuku's consciousness alongside all the others. It sat there with the weight of a stone dropped into still water. It would never leave. It would never fade. The virus preserved everything it consumed with absolute fidelity. He turned away from the empty wall. He walked back through the facility, ascending the sublevels, passing through corridors filled with the aftermath of his passage. On sublevel 2, he storage. On sublevel 1, he found the electrical infrastructure. He broke both. The fire started on its own. Chemicals finding exposed wiring, the reaction cascading through materials that were never meant to combine outside of containment. He was on the surface when the explosion hit sublevel 3. The building shook, the floor buckled. Fire erupted from the stairwell behind him in a column of orange and black that lit the loading dock in flickering hellscape colors. He walked out the front entrance of the abandoned factory, hood up, the fire consuming everything behind him, and he did not look back. The building burned for 6 hours. Fire services arrived within 20 minutes, but the chemical accelerants in the lower levels made suppression impossible. By morning, the structure was a shell. Forensics found nothing useful in the ash. The biological signature that had been present at 8 previous sites was there in trace amounts, but told them nothing new. The subject responsible was long gone, and buried in Garaki's consumed memory, behind years of compartmentalized data and security protocols designed to protect the single most valuable piece of information in the entire network, was the address. A building registered under 11 shell companies, located in a commercial district in Kamino Ward. A district Izuku had been operating in for 2 months without knowing the man at the top was 3 kilometers from his hunting ground the entire time. He knew where All for One lived. The remaining 3 facilities fell over the next 2 days. Izuku moved through them with an efficiency that treated the work as something to be completed rather than something to be experienced. The map was full. The intelligence was total. Every piece of AFO's production infrastructure was either destroyed or in the process of burning. The only thing left on the list was the list itself. 2 names, both of them connected to the address in Kamino, both of them reachable. But the path between Izuku and those names ran through a city full of people who had been watching his work accumulate for weeks. and one of those people was on his roof. He felt Eraserhead's heartbeat from 2 floors below. The man's resting pulse was 58 beats per minute. Athletic, conditioned, the heart of someone who maintained peak physical readiness as a professional obligation. He was on the safe house roof. He had been there for approximately 10 minutes, based on the thermal signature his body had left on the rooftop access door's handle. Izuku paused in the stairwell. Eri was inside the apartment, asleep, steady, the heartbeat he monitored above all others still running at 62. She had been alone for 4 hours while he cleared the last of the eastern facilities. He should check on her first. He should verify. But Eraserhead's presence on his roof was a variable that could not be ignored. If the underground hero was here, it meant the hero system had found this location. It meant the Commission's tracking apparatus had identified the safe house as a point of interest. It meant Eri's position was known or knowable, and that changed the calculation for everything that came next. Izuku climbed the stairs. He passed the 6th floor, paused at the apartment door, pressed his palm flat against it, felt Eri's heartbeat through the material. 62, asleep. Safe. He continued upward. The rooftop access door opened onto a flat concrete surface surrounded by a low parapet wall. The city spread in every direction, lights, movement, the perpetual hum of a metropolis that never fully went still, regardless of the hour. It was 3 a.m. and the sky above was a void of light pollution, starless, carrying the particular heaviness of early spring air with rain coming behind it. Eraserhead sat on the parapet wall with his back to the city. His capture weapon was coiled at his neck. His goggles were pushed up on his forehead, a sign that he was either off duty or had decided this encounter would proceed without the possibility of combat. His face carried the particular exhaustion of someone who had been awake for too many hours pursuing a thread that had led here. Izuku stood in the doorway. Hood up. Eyes red. He let them stay red, the virus running at its resting luminescence without forcing the green frequency that would signal an attempt to appear harmless. There was nothing harmless about this meeting, and both of them knew it. "You're not easy to find," Eraserhead said. "You're here," Izuku said. "So I was easy enough." Eraserhead's eyes moved across Izuku's frame, reading posture, assessing threat level, doing the thing that professional combatants do when they enter the proximity of something dangerous. His expression did not change throughout the assessment. He had already decided what he was looking at before he came to this roof. He was here to confirm. "I've been tracking your biological signature since the USJ," Eraserhead said. 12 destroyed facilities in 9 days, 67 missing persons across Kamino and adjacent wards over 2 months, the Hasaikai raid, the Hosu incident, and whatever happened on the subway 4 days ago that made a seismograph 3 districts over register a magnitude 2 event. "And you're here alone," Izuku said. He stepped out of the doorway, let the rooftop air move around him. His body was relaxed, the viral architecture at rest, every morph retracted, his hands in his jacket pockets. "Which means you're either the bravest person I've met or the smartest." "I'd prefer both." Eraserhead's voice was steady, the kind of even delivery that came from years of staring at things that would make a normal person run. "The Commission has classified you as an S-rank threat. They've authorized engagement protocols that would put every available pro-hero in the country on your position if I reported this conversation." Izuku said nothing. He watched Eraserhead the way the virus watched everything, with total attention and zero impatience. "I haven't reported it," Eraserhead said. "And I need you to understand that the reason I haven't has nothing to do with being afraid of what you'd do if I did. I've seen what you do. I've read the forensics from 12 separate scenes. I watched you consume a bioweapon designed to kill the strongest man on Earth and walk away bigger. I am fully aware of what happens if this conversation goes wrong." He paused. His hands rested on his knees. His expression remained unchanged, the professional mask of someone who had long ago decided that emotional display was a luxury his work could not afford. "You're killing villains," Eraserhead said. "Exclusively. Every target in your chain, every person connected to the disappearances in Kamino, every facility you've destroyed, they were all operational components of criminal enterprises. The people you've consumed were traffickers, Researchers producing bioweapons, enforcers for organizations that murdered civilians. The forensic profile says you're a monster. My field assessment says you're the most effective anti-villain operative this country has ever produced. I'm both, Izuku said. Eraserhead looked at him, held the look for 3 full seconds. Yes, he said, you are. The silence between them was brief and heavy. What I need to know, Eraserhead said, is where this ends. Because the 12 facilities and the Hasaikai and everything else, that looks like a war being prosecuted to a specific conclusion. And if there's a conclusion, there's a target. And whatever that target is, when you reach it, the collateral radius is going to determine whether I'm making the right call sitting on this roof instead of making a phone call. Izuku pulled his hands from his pockets. He moved to the parapet wall 3 meters from Eraserhead and sat on it. His legs hung over the edge, 6 stories down. The street below was empty. His hood fell back slightly, and the red of his eyes cast faint light against the concrete. All for one, Izuku said. Eraserhead's expression did change then. A fractional tightening around the eyes, a contraction in the jaw muscle. The name carried weight for him, for anyone in the hero intelligence community. That name carried weight that went beyond professional concern into something closer to generational trauma. The man who broke All Might. The shadow that had been operating behind every major criminal enterprise in Japan for longer than anyone currently alive could remember. He built the program that made me, Izuku said. He signed off on the experiment. He runs the network I've been consuming. And when I reach him, which will be soon, the collateral radius will be exactly as large as he makes it. If you go after All for One directly, Eraserhead said, the Commission will classify you as a threat to public safety and mobilize every pro-hero in the country to stop you. Izuku stood up from the parapet. The motion was smooth, the biomass carrying him upward with a grace that did not match his 14-year-old frame, the kind of movement that belonged to something running on different physics. He looked at Eraserhead for 1 full second. The red of his eyes was steady and full. I know exactly what I am. Do you? He dropped off the roof. The 6-story fall lasted less than a second, and the impact of his landing on the pavement below was a sound that Eraserhead felt through the building's structure rather than heard through the air. By the time the underground hero reached the parapet edge and looked down, the street was empty. It was empty. A crack in the asphalt. Nothing else. Eraserhead sat on that rooftop for a long time. The city hummed around him. The early morning air moved across his face and his capture weapon shifted in the breeze. His phone was in his pocket. The Commission's priority line was 1 button press away. The response protocol was clear. The directive was unambiguous. He pulled the phone out, looked at it. The screen's glow was the only light on his face. He made a call. When the other end picked up, he spoke for 14 seconds. He gave a set of coordinates, a commercial district in Camino Ward. A building registered under 11 shell companies. He gave nothing else. He hung up before the voice on the other end could ask what the coordinates meant or who they belonged to. He put the phone in his pocket. He sat with the weight of what he had just done for another 30 seconds. Then he stood, pulled his goggles back down, and took the stairwell exit off the roof at the measured pace of a man who had made a decision and was going to live with it regardless of what it cost. He was not helping Izuku. He was stepping to one side. There was a difference between those two things, and he understood it with a particular clarity of someone who had spent a career operating in the space between what institutions demanded and what the situation required. The Commission wanted the Blacklight entity classified and contained. Eraserhead wanted for one gone. These two things were both true and both incompatible with each other, and he had chosen which truth to serve. He would sleep well enough tonight. He always did. The guilt would come later, or it wouldn't, and either way, his students would be in class tomorrow morning needing instruction, and that was the work that actually mattered in the immediate term. Across the city, 3 kilometers from the safe house, Bakugo Katsuki stood on a pedestrian overpass above a rail line. It was 3:47 a.m. He had been running his standard midnight training route, 12 kilometers through the industrial district at a pace that kept his heart rate in the conditioning zone. And he had stopped here because something had moved below him, Fast. Too fast for a person. Too fluid for a vehicle. He gripped the overpass railing with both hands and stared down at the rail corridor. The tracks stretched in both directions, a straight line disappearing into perspective, lit by maintenance lights every 50 meters. The thing he had seen was already gone. A figure moving between buildings on the far side of the tracks at a speed that made the distance between structures irrelevant. It cleared gaps. It ran surfaces that should not have supported lateral movement. It moved the way water moves through a broken pipe, filling every available path at maximum velocity. Bakugo's palms detonated. Small bursts, pop, pop, pop. The nitroglycerin sweat on his palms igniting involuntarily in the stress response pattern he had carried since his body first understood what it meant to encounter something outside his capability range. His fingers gripped the railing until the metal dented beneath them. He had known since the USJ. He had put the pieces together within a week of the attack. The figure's build, the movement patterns, the way it held its body when it fought, the something in its posture that tugged at a recognition center in his brain that processed people he had known before they were whatever they had become. He had never said it out loud. He had never let the thought fully form into a sentence his conscious mind would have to acknowledge. He watched the empty rail corridor. The figure was gone. Whatever vector it was on, whatever target it was moving toward, it was already beyond his tracking range. The speed alone put it outside the response window of anything short of an aerial pursuit. And even then, the math said the pursuit would fail because the thing moved in 3 dimensions at a pace that made 2-dimensional tracking irrelevant. His palms popped again. Pop. Pop. He put his phone in his pocket. He stood on the overpass for another minute, watching nothing, processing everything. Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction. His training route extended another 4 kilometers. He started running again. Faster than before. Harder. His feet hit the pavement with a force that was answering something that nobody had asked. Shigaraki came to Kamino on a Thursday night. Izuku felt the arrival before any intelligence network could have reported it. The viral architecture tracked disruptions in the city's ecosystem, the way a spider tracks vibrations in its web, and the arrival of something carrying the particular energy signature that Shigaraki's enhanced biology now produced, registered across 4 city blocks, like a stone hitting still water. He was here. He was close. He was different from the last time they had faced each other. The consumed memories from the facility network had warned Izuku about this. FO had been building Shigaraki for this moment, stacking additional quirks into his frame through the all-for-one ability, turning the man-child with the disintegration touch into something closer to a fully realized weapon. This was the second prong. This was what AFO sent when specialized Nomu failed. Izuku was on a rooftop 3 blocks from the safe house when he caught Shigaraki's presence. He turned toward it the way a compass turns toward north. His body responded before his thoughts. The biomass shifting under his skin, the combat architecture spinning up, every consumed quirk settling into ready positions like weapons in a rack being unlocked one by one. He moved. Across the rooftop, over the edge, the biomass in his legs carrying him across a 20-meter gap between buildings without breaking stride. He landed on the next roof, crossed it in 4 steps, launched again. The viral musculature, reinforced with the speed variant Nomu's locomotion biology, drove him at a pace that ate distance, 6 blocks in 8 seconds. He hit the ground in an alley, changed direction, sprinted along a wall's vertical face for 30 meters, reached a rooftop overlooking Kamino's commercial center. Shigaraki was standing in the middle of an intersection below. 1 a.m. The intersection was empty. No cars, no pedestrians, the hour keeping people away, and something about Shigaraki's presence keeping the rest. He stood under a streetlight with both arms at his sides and his face uncovered. The hand, the preserved hand of his father that he used to wear over his features, was gone. His face was bare, scarred. His eyes were red and they were scanning the rooftops. He knew Izuku would come. He was waiting. Izuku dropped from the rooftop. 7 stories. The impact hit the intersection like a mortar round, asphalt cratering in a 3-meter radius, the force of his landing sending a ripple through the road surface that cracked the pavement outward in radiating lines. He stood in the crater of his own arrival, 30 meters from Shigaraki, and the two of them faced each other in the amber glow of streetlights, with the weight of everything that had at this moment pressing the air flat between them. Shigaraki's posture had changed since the USJ. The nervous energy was still there. The twitch in his fingers, the compulsive motion of his hands, but beneath it was something new, something planted. He stood like someone who had been told what he was for and had accepted the assignment. "He made me stronger," Shigaraki said. His voice was the same, scratchy, carrying the instability of someone whose internal calibration had never quite settled, but it rang with a confidence that was new. "Gave me things meant for you." His right hand extended, 5 fingers spread, and from that hand, without contact, without the 5-point touch his quirk had always required, a wave of disintegration erupted outward. A 3-meter cone of destruction that hit the asphalt between them and reduced it to gray ash in a spreading radius. The ground simply ceased to exist. The streetlight poles within the cone's path crumbled. The air itself seemed to thin where the effect passed, range disintegration. Izuku filed the upgrade in real time and moved. He went left, out of the cone's direct path, his body carrying him sideways at the speed variance full velocity. The edge of the disintegration caught his right sleeve, and the fabric turned to nothing against his skin. The biomass beneath was untouched. The anti-consumption cellular defense activating on instinct, the virus protecting its own structure against a quirk that unraveled matter at the molecular level. Izuku circled. Shigaraki fired again, the disintegration burst tracking with his hand's motion, sweeping a wider arc that carved through the intersection's asphalt like a blade through paper. Everything it touched was gone. Cars parked on the street's edge crumbled to dust. A fire hydrant dissolved. The road surface peeled away in layers, exposing pipe infrastructure beneath. The whip fist extended from Izuku's right arm at maximum reach, 15 meters of razor-tipped tendril lashing toward Shigaraki's extended hand. Shigaraki saw it coming. His free hand came up and the disintegration met the whip fist's tip mid-extension. The razor edge dissolved. 3 meters of tendril biomass turned to ash and fell away. Izuku retracted the damaged whip fist and reformed it in 2 seconds. The lost biomass replaced from his reserves, the razor tip regenerating at full density. He circled wider. The speed differential was in his favor. Shigaraki was fast with his hands, but his footwork was human speed, and Izuku was moving at a pace that forced the man to track rather than predict. He went up. Vertical sprint up the nearest building face, 4 stories in under 2 seconds, the speed variant biology carrying him upward at a rate that left after images in Shigaraki's vision. From the rooftop, he redirected, launching off the edge at a downward angle, his body a ballistic trajectory aimed at Shigaraki's position from above. Shigaraki fired the disintegration upward, a cone aimed at the descending figure. Izuku twisted mid-air, the biomass in his torso reshaping to alter his trajectory. The membranous gliding configuration deploying from his back to catch air resistance and shift his descent angle 2 meters to the left of the cone's path. The disintegration wave passed his right side close enough to ash the hem of his jacket. He hit the ground 5 meters from Shigaraki with enough force to send a shockwave of displaced air that staggered the man backward. Close range. Izuku's preferred theater. Both arms shifted, right to blade, left to claws, and he drove forward with everything the speed variance biology could give him. Shigaraki's second enhancement activated. His body shifted, the impact amplification, quirk running through his musculature, his physical strike suddenly carrying a force that exceeded his frame. He caught Izuku's blade on his forearm, the disintegration activating at the point of contact, eating into the viral mass of the weapon, and swung his free hand in a palm strike that connected with Izuku's chest. The hit landed with force that should not have been possible from a body Shigaraki's size. The impact amplification multiplied the strike's output by a factor that sent Izuku backward through the air. 10 meters. 15, his body slamming into the facade of a building across the intersection hard enough to embed him in the concrete. His blade was shortened by a third, the biomass dissolved by the disintegration contact, and his chest carried a fracture from the amplified strike that the regeneration was already handling. He pulled himself from the building's face, dropped to the street, reformed the blade to full length. His eyes tracked Shigaraki across the intersection. The man was moving now, following up, pressing an advantage that he recognized as temporary if he let the regeneration complete without continued pressure. Shigaraki reached him in 4 sprinting strides and fired the disintegration at point blank, a burst aimed at Izuku's face from 2 meters. Izuku ducked beneath it, the wave passing over his head close enough to dissolve the top 3 centimeters of his hood. He came up inside Shigaraki's guard with the claws leading. 5 blades punched into Shigaraki's right side, between the ribs through the oblique muscle, deep enough to hook internal structures. Shigaraki's mouth opened in a sound that was half scream and half fury. His hand came down on Izuku's claw arm, and the disintegration activated at the point of contact. Izuku felt his forearm begin to unravel. The biomass dissolving under Shigaraki's touch, cells coming apart, the viral architecture being deconstructed at the molecular level by a quirk that was the inverse of everything the virus did. He yanked the claws free and pulled back, leaving 3 centimeters of biomass behind in the form of dissolved ash. The arm reformed in 4 seconds. Shigaraki used those 4 seconds to fire another ranged burst, wider, filling the gap between them with disintegration energy. Izuku moved up, wall sprinting, gaining altitude, reaching the elevated rail line that ran above the commercial district. He landed on the tracks with both feet and looked down at Shigaraki 20 meters below. Shigaraki looked up, his hand aimed. The disintegration fired vertically, a pillar of destruction that hit the rail support structure and ate through it in a second. The tracks groaned, the metal began to fold. Izuku was already running along the tracks at full speed, away from the collapsing section, the infrastructure falling behind him in a cascade of dissolving support beams and buckling rail. He reached the next station platform, a narrow structure elevated above the street, connecting 2 buildings via a pedestrian bridge. He stopped, topped, turned. Shigaraki was following below, running at ground level, hands firing bursts at the support structures ahead of Izuku's path, trying to collapse the elevated infrastructure faster than Izuku could traverse it. The platform beneath Izuku's feet shuddered as the support's 3 sections behind him gave way. The entire elevated rail system was coming down in sequence, and Shigaraki was the one pulling the supports. Izuku stopped running from it. He jumped off the platform, straight down, 20 meters, hammer fists forming on both arms during the descent. He aimed for Shigaraki's position on the street below. Shigaraki saw him coming. Fired upward. The disintegration cone met Izuku's descending body, and the outer biomass layer began to dissolve. The skin, the subcutaneous tissue, the first centimeter of structural mass turning to ash in the milliseconds of passage through the cone. But beneath the dissolving outer layer, the inner architecture held. The anti-consumption biology, inherited from the specialized Nomu, fought back against the molecular unraveling, slowing the disintegration's progress enough that Izuku passed through the cone's full extent with 60% of his mass intact. He hit Shigaraki, both hammer fists connected, one to the collarbone, one to the solar plexus. The sound was a building breaking. The force drove Shigaraki into the street with an impact that cratered the asphalt in a 5-meter radius. The shockwave blew windows out of the 2 nearest buildings. Car alarms triggered across the block. Shigaraki was on his back in the crater. His body was damaged, the collarbone broken, ribs cracked from the solar plexus hit, blood at the corner of his mouth. But the third enhancement, the integration disruption, activated at the point where Izuku's hammer fists contacted his body, and Izuku felt it immediately, a grinding in his hands. The viral biomass at his contact point stuttering, the cells losing cohesion for a fraction of a second before the virus overrode the interference through sheer density. Izuku stood over Shigaraki in the crater. His outer layer was reforming, the dissolved biomass being replaced from reserves, the skin regrowing, the structural integrity restoring itself in real time. He was whole again in 6 seconds. Shigaraki was still on the ground. The man-child's hand came up one more time. The disintegration fired, close range, aimed at Izuku's torso, the last offensive action of someone who refused to stop fighting even when the fight was already over. Izuku's right hand caught the wrist. The biomass flowed around Shigaraki's forearm and locked it, redirecting the quirk's output sideways into the asphalt where it dissolved a trench rather than finding its intended target. Shigaraki's eyes found Izuku's face. Red meeting red. The man-child's expression was something between hatred and acceptance. The look of a creation that understood it had been sent to die and was angry about it and resigned to it in the same breath. "He sent you to kill me," Izuku said. "And you came anyway. He's my master," Shigaraki said. The words came through broken ribs and a mouthful of blood. "He's a man who throws people away," Izuku said. "You, me, everyone he's ever touched, we're all just material to him." Shigaraki's eyes flickered. Something moved behind them. A recognition, a thought he had never allowed himself to fully think, pressed down beneath 2 decades of loyalty and conditioning. It lived there for 1 second. Then it was gone, replaced by the fury that was the only stable foundation Shigaraki had ever been given. "Do it then," Shigaraki said. "Monster." Izuku looked at him. "I know exactly what I am. Do you?" The tendrils came. From Izuku's torso, from his arms, from the points of contact where his hands gripped Shigaraki's wrists, they drove inward and met the integration disruption immediately. The grinding, the resistance, the cellular warfare that made every centimeter of consumption a fight. The virus pushed. Shigaraki's engineered defense pushed back. The tendrils thickened. More biomass deployed, more pressure applied. The disruption fought, and the virus overwhelmed it the way a river overwhelms a dam. Through sustained, relentless, escalating force that did not stop and did not negotiate and did not accept that the barrier existed. 12 seconds. The longest consumption of Izuku's career to date. Every one of those seconds was a war at the cellular level. The integration disruption screaming in the viral architecture, the biomass grinding through resistance that had been designed by the most powerful quirk user in history to prevent exactly this. It fought. Izuku fought harder. The virus did not lose contests of attrition. It could not lose contests of attrition. Attrition was its native language. When it was done, Shigaraki was gone. The tendrils retracted. The biomass settled. Izuku stood in the crater alone with 3 new quirks integrated into his architecture: disintegration, impact amplification, integration disruption, and every memory Tamura Shigaraki had ever formed settling into his consciousness like ash settling after a fire. He saw AFO through Shigaraki's eyes, every conversation, every instruction, every moment of praise that had been calculated to produce loyalty, every gift of power that had been an investment rather than a kindness. He saw the address in Camino confirmed, and he saw something more. He saw the route AFO planned to take tonight, the fallback location, the contingency that was already in motion. All for one had expected Shigaraki to lose. The timeline in Shigaraki's memory was clear. AFO had given his heir the enhancements and the assignment and had simultaneously begun moving his own position because he knew the fight's outcome before it started. He was already in transit. He was running, Izuku's legs coiled. The biomass packed into his calves and thighs at maximum density. Every fiber of the speed variant's locomotion architecture firing in parallel with his own enhanced musculature. He launched off the street with a force that shattered the crater floor beneath him, arcing upward into the night sky, reaching an apex 50 meters above the commercial district, before the gliding configuration deployed and carried him forward across the city at a speed that made the buildings below blur. He knew the convoy route. He knew the timing. He knew exactly where AFO would be. He was faster. The elevated highway ran east-west above the industrial corridor, a raised section of road 20 meters above ground level, supported by concrete pylons at regular intervals, 4 lanes of surface carrying the city's overnight cargo traffic in sparse, widely spaced convoys. At 2:47 a.m., 6 vehicles moved in formation along the eastbound lanes at speed, armored, blacked out, maintaining intervals that suggested professional drivers following a rehearsed protocol. Izuku hit the lead vehicle from above. He came off an overpass at terminal velocity, the biomass in his body absorbing the air resistance rather than being slowed by it, and his feet went through the roof of the armored SUV like it was made of aluminum foil. His legs drove through the passenger compartment, through the chassis, and his momentum carried the entire front end of the vehicle into the highway surface, with a force that buckled the road and brought the SUV to a dead stop in a spray of sparks and torn metal. The driver and passenger were dead on impact. Izuku stood in the wreckage of the vehicle, his legs buried to the knee in crumpled metal and road surface, and the remaining 5 vehicles in the convoy reacted. Brakes. Evasive maneuvering. 2 of them accelerating, 3 of them stopping. The formation broke apart in under 3 seconds. From the 3rd vehicle, a reinforced transport with armor plating visible beneath its commercial exterior, 8 figures emerged in coordinated bursts, 2 from each side. They deployed into positions around the transport with a speed and discipline that said these people had trained together and fought together and knew exactly what they were protecting. All for one's personal guard. The first one activated a quirk that turned the air in a 10-meter radius into a solid, crystallized atmosphere. A dome of frozen gas that hardened around Izuku's position before he could pull his legs free of the wrecked vehicle. He was encased, trapped in crystallized air with his lower body still embedded in the SUV wreckage. He used disintegration. Shigaraki's quirk activated through his right hand, the ranged burst erupting outward from his palm, dissolving the crystallized air in a 3-meter cone that freed his upper body and half his lower. He kicked free of the vehicle wreckage with his newly liberated legs and burst through the remaining crystal dome with a shoulder charge that split it into fragments. The second guard hit him with something kinetic, a quirk that accelerated small objects to supersonic speed. 3 ball bearings punched through Izuku's torso at velocities that made the impacts sound like gunshots. The holes sealed before the ball bearings hit the highway surface behind him. The 3rd guard produced fire. Real fire, a quirk that generated plasma temperature flames in concentrated streams. The flame caught Izuku's left arm and the biomass charred black, the outer layer crisping and sloughing away. Regeneration handled it. New tissue grew beneath the char, faster than the flame could deepen the damage. Izuku moved through them. The blade formed on his right arm, and he took the fire quirk guard at the torso, a horizontal cut that went through the man's flame and the man himself in the same motion. The crystal air guard tried to reform his dome, and the whip fist from Izuku's left arm wrapped his neck and broke it at a distance of 8 meters. The kinetic guard launched another volley, 6 bearings this time aimed at the head, and Izuku's biomass hardened into a shield configuration across his face and upper chest, the bearings impacting the dense viral surface and embedding themselves without penetration. He consumed 3 of the 8 in rapid sequence. Tendrils erupting between combat motions, taking targets during the transition between strikes, the multitasking capacity of the viral architecture, letting him fight and feed simultaneously. Each consumed guard provided real-time intelligence updates on the remaining defenders and, critically, on the occupant of the reinforced transport. He was inside. AFO was inside the 3rd vehicle, had been there the entire time, was still there. The 4th guard had a durability quirk, some variant of super dense musculature that let him absorb the blade's first strike without being bisected. Izuku hit him with hammer fists instead. 3 impacts, each one driving the man further into the highway surface until the concrete gave way and the guard fell through the road into the empty space beneath the elevated section. The tendrils followed him down and consumed him mid-fall. The 5th and 6th went together. Izuku's full tendril eruption, dozens of spiked biomass appendages from every surface of his body simultaneously, catching both of them in a forest of black spikes that impaled and consumed in a single motion. Their quirks integrated, a short-range teleportation and a vibration generation ability that could destabilize structures at the molecular level. The 7th guard ran. Izuku let him. He was irrelevant. The 8th guard was the strongest. Her quirk was a force multiplication effect. Every physical action she performed was amplified by a factor of 10. She hit Izuku with a palm strike that carried 10 times her body weight behind it and sent him sliding backward 20 meters across the highway, his feet cutting trenches in the asphalt. She followed up, a knee strike amplified to the force of a moving vehicle, connecting with Izuku's jaw and snapping his head back far enough that normal neck vertebrae would have separated. His head came back forward. The jaw reformed. He caught her next strike with his right hand and held it. The amplified force pushed against his grip, and his grip did not give. the biomass in his palm absorbing the multiplied output across its entire cellular structure, distributing the load until what hit him as a single concentrated point of force became a diffuse pressure that his architecture could handle indefinitely. He consumed her through the contact point. The tendrils erupted from his gripping hand and engulfed her arm, her shoulder, her torso in a cascade of black mass that moved faster than her enhanced reflexes could withdraw from. 5 seconds. Another quirk integrated. Another piece of the world's strongest villain's defense infrastructure gone. The highway was a ruin. 4 vehicles destroyed, 1 on fire. The surface cracked and cratered across a 100-meter stretch. The armored transport sat alone, undamaged, its engine still running. Izuku walked toward it. His body was running at maximum density, the 8 guard consumptions adding to his mass, the viral architecture humming at a frequency that made the air around him vibrate visibly. His eyes cast red light onto the highway surface. His hands were at his sides, human-shaped, the blade retracted, the claws retracted. He walked toward the transport looking like a teenage boy in a torn jacket with blood on his clothes and a glow in his eyes. The transport's rear door opened. From inside, All for One stepped out. He was a large man, tall, broad, the kind of physical presence that occupied more space than the body technically required, a weight in the air around him that had nothing to do with size and everything to do with a century of being the most dangerous thing in any room. His face was covered by the visor, the full-face mask that hid what All Might's final fight had left beneath it. His hands were bare. He wore a suit. Simple, expensive, the clothing of someone who did not need armor to be armored. He stood on the median strip of the elevated highway with his hands at his sides and looked at Izuku with a posture that carried no urgency. He was 30 meters away. The distance between them was empty road and the particular density of air that exists between 2 apex predators who have acknowledged each other's presence. Midoriya Izuku, All for One said. The voice. Izuku had heard it in 100 consumed memories, filtered through fear, through loyalty, through the particular reverence that people who work for a god carry in their auditory recollections. Hearing it in person was different. It was heavier. It resonated in frequencies that a normal human vocal range could not produce, the same way Izuku's own distorted voice carried harmonics beneath the words. 2 organisms speaking in registers that exceeded human physiology. You've exceeded every projection, All for One continued. Garaki would have been proud. Garaki is dead, Izuku said. You're next. All for One's response came without transition. Both hands extended, palms forward, fingers spread, and 6 quirks activated simultaneously. Gravity doubled. Izuku's body weight increased instantaneously. His knees buckled, his feet drove into the highway surface, the concrete cratering beneath the sudden mass change. The air around him compressed into a wall of concussive force. An air cannon that hit from every direction simultaneously. A sphere of pressure aimed at crushing whatever was caught inside it. The search ability activated. Izuku could feel it, something scanning his biology in real time, reading his cellular structure, cataloging his composition. Impact recoil deployed as a passive field, visible as a faint distortion in the air around AFO's body, a halo of returned force that would send any incoming physical strike back at 3 times its delivered power. And around that field, the air itself began to move, spiraling, compressing, generating a localized storm that turned the highway around AFO's position into a wind tunnel of moving debris and concussive air patterns. 6 quirks layered and combined in ways that no single opponent could counter, because there was no single counter. Every response opened a vulnerability to a different layer. Izuku hit the highway surface on both knees. The doubled gravity pressed him down, and the air cannon hit while he was compressed. A 1-2 combination that drove him into the road hard enough to embed his lower legs in the concrete. The wind tore at his body from every direction, debris from the destroyed vehicles becoming projectiles in the storm's rotation. He pressed both palms against the highway beneath him. Overhauls deconstruction activated. The asphalt, the concrete, the rebar, the structural material beneath his body, all of it broke down into its component matter faster than the gravity could re-establish its grip. He fell through the highway surface rather than fighting against the force holding him to it. Down through the road, through the support structure, out the bottom of the elevated section into the open air beneath, he caught a support pylon on the way down, his hands gripping the concrete column, viral adhesion activating, his body swinging around the structural member like a gymnast using a bar. The momentum carried him around and upward, releasing from the pylon at the apex of his swing, and he came up through the median barrier behind AFO's gravitational field perimeter. The air cannon tracked. It swung toward his emerging position and fired, a concentrated blast that would have torn a building facade off its supports. Izuku's biomass hardened across his entire forward surface, the shield configuration deploying at maximum density, and the blast hit the hardened mass and pushed him backward without penetrating. His feet cut trenches in the highway. He slid 10 meters and stopped. AFO turned to face him, the quirks adjusted, gravity shifting its vector, the air cannon recharging, the storm rotating to encompass Izuku's new position. The search ability was still scanning, still reading, still feeding information to AFO about what he was fighting. Izuku extended the blade. 3 meters of compressed viral mass, the full weapon, hooked at the tip, built for the kind of single-strike devastation that had ended every previous target in one motion. He charged. AFO's impact recoil field met the blade at 1 meter from his body. The force of Izuku's strike, his full body weight, his full speed, 3 meters of compressed biomass driven by every fiber of his enhanced musculature, reflected back at triple output. The return hit Izuku like a freight train, his arm sheared off at the shoulder, the blade and the forearm and the upper arm separating from his torso in a spray of biomass that scattered across the highway. He reformed it in 3 seconds. The limb regrew from the shoulder outward, bone crystallizing from biomass, then muscle packing around it, then skin, then the blade extending from the new forearm as if nothing had happened. But those 3 seconds cost him position. AFO used them. The air cannon firing again, catching Izuku mid-regeneration and driving him backward through a concrete highway divider that crumbled around his body. Izuku stood up from the wreckage. His regeneration was running constantly now, the gravity field creating cumulative stress on his joints, the air cannon dealing impact damage that healed and rehealed, the storm's debris cutting minor wounds that sealed as fast as they opened. None of it was critical. All of it was accumulating. He needed to change the equation. The whip fist extended from his back, aimed high, reaching for a support structure on the overpass above. It wrapped a steel beam, and Izuku pulled himself upward and out of AFO's gravity field with the tendrils' retraction force. He cleared the field's range and his body weight normalized, the sudden absence of doubled gravity making him feel weightless by comparison. From above, he fired the disintegration. Shigaraki's consumed quirk erupted from his right hand in a cone aimed at AFO's position. Range decay, molecular unraveling aimed at the man on the highway below. The disintegration wave hit AFO's storm field and the moving air disrupted it. The molecular unraveling lost coherence in the wind patterns. Unable to maintain its destructive frequency through turbulent atmosphere, AFO looked up. His hand adjusted. The gravity field extended its range, reaching upward, finding Izuku on the overpass, trying to pull him back down into the engagement zone. Izuku felt the weight increase and jumped before it could fully establish. Launching sideways off the overpass, over the highway, landing on the opposite railing, 60 meters from AFO's position, the distance was too far for the gravity field. He was outside its effective range. Both of them stood on the elevated highway with 60 meters between them. AFO in his storm, Izuku on the railing, the two of them measuring each other across empty road. AFO's search quirk was still running, still scanning, still finding nothing it could grip. The all-for-one ability, the defining power, the quirk that stole quirks, the ability that had made this man the apex predator of the quirk era for 100 years, had been probing Izuku's biology since the fight began. Looking for the signature, looking for the factor, looking for the thing it could latch onto and steal, there was nothing. The Blacklight Virus was not a quirk. It had no quirk factor. It existed outside the framework that all-for-one's ability operated within. The hand that had stolen 1,000 powers reached into Izuku's biology and closed on empty air every single time. Izuku could feel it. The reaching, the probing. the constant failed attempts registering in his viral awareness as something touching his cells and finding nothing to grip, like a hand trying to grab smoke. "That's all you've got?" Izuku said across the 60 meters. "A grab that doesn't work on me?" All for One's response was a slight tilt of the head, a micro-adjustment in posture that communicated the acknowledgement of a problem without the admission of defeat. He had known this going in. The search ability had told him within the fight's first 5 seconds that the All for One ability would find no purchase. He had been fighting without his primary weapon this entire time, fighting with the secondary arsenal, the collected quirks, the layered combinations, the century of combat experience, and he was losing. Izuku moved, everything at once. His body expanded. Not a single morph, not a single weapon, but the full viral architecture deploying simultaneously in every direction. Claws on his right hand, blade extending from his left forearm, both hammer fists building in his upper arms beneath the other morphs, the density increasing beneath the visible weapons. The whip fist erupted from between his shoulder blades. Tendrils, dozens of them, exploded from his back and spine and rib cage, a forest of spiked biomass fanning outward in every direction. His mass visibly increased as the virus stopped conserving and started spending the stored biomass from 4 Nomu, 8 guards, and weeks of consumed targets deploying into his frame until he was broad and dense and heavy, in a way that cracked the highway beneath his feet from presence alone. His eyes burned at a red that did not look like light anymore. It looked like a decision that had been made before this fight started, before the highway, before the list was ever written. A decision that started in a body bag in a cold storage room and ran all the way here without stopping. He closed the distance. 60 meters in under 2 seconds. The speed variant biology and the force multiplication quirk from the 8th guard combining in his legs to produce an acceleration that left a shockwave trail in the air behind him. He entered AFO's storm field at a velocity that the air currents could barely affect. The gravity hit him and he ran through it. His mass so expanded, his density so increased, that doubled gravity slowed him by a percentage rather than stopping him. AFO fired everything. Air cannon at point blank. Izuku took it across the biomass shield configuration on his left side and kept moving. The concussive force absorbed and distributed. Gravity multiplied again, tripled, now pushing Izuku's weight to over a ton. And his legs drove through it with viral musculature that was built to move regardless of the load. The impact recoil field was the last defense, the halo of returned force that would send anything striking AFO back at triple output. Izuku used Overhaul's deconstruction on the highway section beneath AFO's feet. The concrete dissolved. The rebar separated. The structural support material broke down into its component elements in a half-second. The section of road that AFO was standing on simply ceasing to exist as a coherent surface. AFO dropped. His gravity manipulation tried to catch him, redirecting the vector, slowing his fall, but a body in transition between surfaces has no stable anchor to project the impact recoil from. For 1 second, the defense was offline. Izuku was already below. He had dropped through the hole in the road surface at the same moment he created it. A controlled fall, his body oriented upward, hammer fists at maximum density, waiting for AFO to come to him. AFO fell. Izuku rose. They met in the space between the highway and the ground below. The hammer fists connected with AFO's torso. Both of them. Full force. The impact recoil tried to activate. The field still existed, still functioned. And the return force hit Izuku's arms and drove the biomass backward from the impact point, stripping tissue from his fists in a spray of black mass. He reformed, hit again, the recoil returned. He absorbed it, held, hit again. They hit the ground together, Izuku on top, AFO beneath, the elevated highway support structure around them shaking from the impacts. Izuku hammered. The recoil fired. He hammered again. The recoil fired again. He absorbed it, regenerated, hammered. The cycle repeated at a speed that turned the impacts into a continuous frequency. Hit, return, regenerate, hit, return, regenerate. An escalating pattern where both sides took damage and one side could heal indefinitely. AFO's body was failing. The century of quirk-enhanced resilience was real. His durability was beyond anything a normal human could survive. But the impacts were accumulating faster than his defensive abilities could redistribute them. His air cannon fired from the ground, A desperate blast aimed upward at Izuku's face, and the concussive force caught Izuku's head and snapped it backward hard enough to tear the skin of his neck. He reformed the skin mid-motion. His head came back forward. His hammer fists came down again, and again, and again. AFO's storm died. The air manipulation lost coherence, the quirk's output dropping as the body maintaining it took critical structural damage. The gravity field weakened. The air cannon's frequency decreased. One by one, the layered defenses degraded under sustained assault from something that did not stop, that could not be made to stop, that had decided the outcome before the fight began, and was simply waiting for the universe to agree. One more hit. The impact recoil fired its return, and Izuku took it. Let the triple force hit his regenerating body full on, let the damage land and the repair run and the cost accumulate. Because the cost meant nothing to something made entirely of self-renewing biomass. He had energy for this exchange until the sun burned out. AFO did not. AFO hit the ground, his back against the concrete beneath the highway structure. His suit torn, his visor cracked, the damage running through it in fractures that exposed the ruined terrain of his face beneath. The scar tissue from All Might's final blow, the emptiness where eyes should have been. The devastation of a face that had been ended once already and was now being ended again. Izuku's foot was on his chest. The weight behind it was final. The full mass of the virus, every kilogram accumulated across 3 months of consumption, pressing the most powerful villain in Japanese history into the concrete with a force that said, "This is over." All for one looked up. Through his cracked visor, through the ruin of his face, through everything that had been taken from him across 2 encounters with forces that exceeded his preparations, he looked at Izuku Midoriya. His expression, what remained of it beneath the scar terrain and the broken mask, carried something that was neither fear nor surrender. "Remarkable," he said. And he meant it. The word carried genuine assessment. The honest recognition of a scientist looking at an experiment's result and finding it beyond projection. Izuku looked down at the man who signed off on experiment DX1118C on an afternoon in his office and moved on to the next file in 7 seconds. The man who had been making decisions about human lives for over a century. The man who built the machine that put a needle in a 14-year-old boy's neck on a residential street with broken streetlights. The man at the top of every chain. The final name. You know what the difference is between you and me? I've always been the monster. One beat. AFO's ruined face tilted. Something in his expression shifted. The faintest acknowledgement that this was the end of something that had lasted longer than most civilizations. I am the Blacklight Virus. I am the plague. The consumption began. The tendrils erupted from everywhere, from Izuku's torso, from the foot on AFO's chest, from his hands and his arms and his legs. They drove into AFO's body from every angle simultaneously. The viral architecture committing its full integration capacity to a single target with a totality it had never deployed before. The biomass hit AFO's cellular structure and found resistance, not the engineered kind, not the anti-consumption biology, but the natural resistance of a body that had carried 1,000 quirks for 100 years and had reinforced itself at every level through that carrying. Dense, layered. A fortress built by time, the virus broke through it. Layer by layer, cell by cell, the tendrils advanced through AFO's biology like roots through stone, unstoppable, patient where it needed to be, brutal where patience would take too long. The consumption was not fast. It was 30 seconds of sustained integration, the longest, most intense feeding of Izuku's entire existence. And the memories came. They did not stream, they flooded. A century's worth of decisions pouring into Izuku's consciousness like a dam bursting. Faces, names, dates, locations. Every hero AFO had crippled, every family he had destroyed, every experiment he had commissioned, every life he had categorized as useful or expendable and acted on the categorization without hesitation. And Izuku saw himself, in the flood of AFO's memory, a file, a line item, a decision made at 12:34 p.m. on a Monday between 2 bites of rice, approved in 7 seconds alongside 2 other acquisition orders, forgotten before the lunch hour ended. DX1118C. Subject 0. A quirkless boy with green hair and no connections. Selected because his genome was clean. Selected because he would generate minimal investigation when he disappeared. Selected because, to the man approving the order, he was not a person. He was a parameter that fit 7 seconds. That was what Izuku's life had been worth in the mind of the man who ended it. 7 seconds of attention between two other decisions of equal triviality. The consumption completed. The last of AFO's mass integrated into Izuku's body. The tendrils retracted. The biomass settled. And where All for One had been, where a century of collected power and stolen quirks and institutional evil had existed in a single human form, there was nothing. Clean concrete, empty space. The impression of a body against the ground already fading. Izuku stood alone beneath the elevated highway. His mass was the greatest it had ever been. The century of quirks that AFO had carried, now running through viral architecture that could deploy all of them simultaneously without the slightest friction between their activation sequences. He was broader, denser. The air around his body hummed at a frequency that was almost audible. The sheer concentration of consumed power vibrating in his cells like a tuning fork struck by something too large to exist. 100 years of memory settled in his mind. It would take days to fully integrate. The volume was beyond anything previous consumptions had produced. But the critical pieces were already accessible. Every name in AFO's network, every location, every contingency plan, every string that's still connected to a living hand, all of it known, all of it finished. The elevated highway above was a ruin. A kilometer of structural damage, cracked surfaces, collapsed sections, destroyed vehicles. 4 bodies that would never be found because they were inside him now. Debris from the storm still settling across the road surface. The damage visible from neighboring districts as a section of skyline where the highway should have been continuous and was not. Izuku walked out from beneath the structure. The first light of approaching dawn was visible at the eastern horizon, a thin line of color beneath the black. He moved at a walking pace. His eyes faded from red toward green, his body mass redistributed, the visible expansion settling, the proportions returning to something closer to a 14-year-old's frame. The virus choosing the shape it always chose, because the emotional weight behind that shape had not changed, regardless of what now ran through its architecture. He walked 6 blocks, found a public transit station, entered wearing a consumed face, one of the guards, a man whose build approximated his own. He rode the train for 30 minutes, changed lines, rode again. The few passengers in the early morning cars saw a tired man in a torn jacket and paid him the attention that Tokyo's population paid to all strangers at 4 a.m. None. He reached the safe house district, dropped the face in the stairwell, climbed the stairs as himself. Eri was awake. She was sitting on the bed with her knees pulled to her chest, the same posture she defaulted to when something in her body told her that the world was shifting around her. Her quirk, the rewind ability, the power that let her reverse organic matter's state, existed in relationship with the flow of time in ways that her 6-year-old awareness could not articulate, but could feel. Something had ended tonight. Something large enough that the change registered in her awareness like a pressure drop before rain. She looked at the door when it opened. Her red eyes, wide, searching, carrying the same question they always carried, found Izuku's face as he stepped through. Her breath left her in a single exhale. He closed the door behind him, crossed the room, sat on the bed beside her. His body was still running warm from the fight, the elevated temperature that followed full combat engagement, and she leaned into that warmth without hesitation, her shoulder against his arm, her hand finding the fabric of his sleeve and holding. "Is it over?" she asked. "Yes." "The people who hurt me? Gone." She was silent for a long moment. Her horn caught the lamplight, the small protrusion that represented a quirk powerful enough to rewrite reality, growing at the pace of a child's recovery, stable in its socket for the first time in months, because nobody was forcing it to activate. Her breathing was steady. Her heart rate was steady. The virus in Izuku's body monitored both with the same attention it gave to every potential threat in a 6-block radius, and filed both as the most important data points in his world. "Are you okay?" Eri said. The question sat in the space between them with the weight of something nobody had asked him since before the body bag, since before the table, since before a needle hit his neck on a residential street and the person he used to be stopped existing. Nobody, Not the consumed targets, not Eraserhead on the rooftop, not the villains who screamed questions at him in the final seconds before integration had asked that. They had asked what he was, they had asked what he wanted, they had asked who he was killing and why and what came next. Nobody had asked if he was okay. He looked at Eri. The virus ran through every cell of his body at a steady hum. The fury that had burned in the base of his spine since the cold storage room, the rage that had driven him through 8 weeks of hunting and consumption and violence and fire, was still there. It had not disappeared. It lived where it had always lived. But the chain it had been following reached its end tonight on a highway, and the end of a chain is just a place where the tension runs out of things to pull against. What remained was something he did not have a word for. Something between exhaustion and relief and the particular emptiness of a purpose fulfilled. Something that looked at a 6-year-old girl asking if he was okay and felt the question land in a place that the virus had no framework to defend against. "I'm here," he said. That was enough for her. She pressed closer against his arm, her eyes closed. Her breathing deepened within minutes, the return to sleep coming easily, the way it comes for a child whose body has decided the person beside them is safe. She slept against his shoulder the way she had slept on that first rooftop, with the total surrender of something choosing to trust. He stayed beside her until her heart rate reached the resting depth of 62. Then he adjusted her onto the pillow without waking her, pulled the heavy blanket to her chin, and stood. The apartment was silent around him. The city beyond the walls was starting to wake. The first buses moving, the first bakeries opening, the machinery of a metropolis that had no awareness of what had been removed from its infrastructure overnight. The criminal ecosystem that AFO had built across 100 years. The League, the facilities, the network, the entire architecture of shadow that had operated beneath the city's surface was now running on inertia alone. There was nothing at the top anymore. The hand on the strings was gone, and the strings themselves would go slack in the coming days and weeks as the absence of direction propagated through every remaining node. Izuku stood at the apartment window. Pre-dawn light was beginning to show at the horizon, the first difference between black sky and blue, the specific hour when the world belonged to whoever was awake in it. His phone, a burner purchased 3 weeks ago, used for nothing except monitoring news feeds and emergency broadcasts, lit up with a notification. He looked at it. A news alert. Breaking, major structural damage to elevated highway and industrial corridor, emergency services responding, cause under investigation. The image attached showed aerial footage of the highway section, a kilometer of damaged road surface visible from the news helicopter. Emergency vehicles clustered at both ends of the affected zone, the scale of the destruction obvious even from altitude. He put the phone down. He did not need to read the article. He had written it with his fists. In a teacher's apartment across the city, Eraserhead's phone buzzed on his desk at 5:03 a.m. He was already awake, the insomnia that came with his profession making true sleep a rare commodity, and he reached for the device with the particular resignation of someone who knew what it was before he read it. The incident report loaded. Highway damage. Biological signature confirmed on scene. 8 missing persons from a private security convoy. The vehicles registered to a shell company structure that his intelligence contact had flagged 2 days ago. The same shell structure connected to the coordinates he had provided over the phone. He read the report twice. He sat with the knowledge of what it meant. The coordinates had been used, the target had been engaged, and the scale of the aftermath said everything about how that engagement ended. The Blacklight entity had reached the top of whatever chain it was climbing. The climbing was over. The thing he had stepped aside for was done. He put the phone face down on his desk. He sat in the growing light of early morning for a long time. Then he stood, walked to his kitchen, and made coffee with the measured movements of a man who was going to drink it, and then go to work and face a classroom full of students who had no idea what had happened in their city while they slept. He was not at peace with what he had done. He was at a specific distance from it. The distance a professional maintains between their decisions and their comfort, the gap that lets you function without lying to yourself about what the function costs. He had pointed something in a direction. That something had done what it was going to do, regardless of his pointing. But the pointing had mattered, and he knew it, and the coffee tasted like accountability. Bakugo Katsuki saw the news at 6:14 a.m. He was on his morning run, earlier than his classmates, faster, harder, the perpetual drive that defined his existence, pushing him out of bed before the light was fully up. His phone buzzed in his armband, and he stopped on the running path to check it. The highway. The footage. The commission's statement, carefully worded, using language that described an incident under investigation without specifying what the investigation had found. The same careful language they had used for every previous scene connected to the biological signature. The same non-answer that told him everything he needed to know about what the answer actually was. He read it twice, scrolled through the details, structural damage, missing persons, the convoy that had been intercepted. He ran the math. The League's network had been disappearing for weeks. Shigaraki, gone, reported missing by the League's remaining elements, never found. The Hasaikai, destroyed. 12 facilities, burned. And now this. A convoy carrying someone important enough to warrant 8 personal guards, intercepted and consumed on an elevated highway with enough force to damage a kilometer of road. The math said something that his conscious mind processed in fractions, and his body processed in full. His palms detonated, pop, pop, pop. The involuntary burst pattern that his nervous system ran when it had encountered information that exceeded his ready framework for categorizing the world. He stood on the running path with his phone in his hand and the morning air cold against his sweat and his palms firing micro-explosions into the dawn. He was running the same calculation he had been running since the USJ. The speed he had seen that night. The consumption he had witnessed. The figure in the hooded jacket that had told All Might to stay out of its way and then gone through the ceiling at a velocity that made the #1 hero look like he was standing still. And now this, the culmination of 3 months of escalating events that had dismantled the criminal infrastructure of an entire nation without a single hero's involvement. Something had done this, something operating alone, something that had been a quirkless boy in a classroom before it was whatever it was now. And the distance between those two states was a distance that Bakugo's entire existence was built to measure. He measured everything against himself. He measured the world in terms of capability relative to his own. And the measurement he was performing now, the honest, grudging, bone-level calculation that his pride would never let him speak aloud, returned a result that his body knew before his conscious mind would admit it. His palms popped one more time. He put the phone in his armband. He started running again, harder than before, faster. The pace pushing into a zone that his lungs and legs would protest within a kilometer. He ran into it anyway. He would train harder today than he had ever trained before, and tomorrow he would train harder than today, and the day after that harder still, because this was the only response he knew how to give to the existence of something that had exceeded every scale he used to define his own worth. It was honest. It was the most Bakugo Katsuki thing he could do with the knowledge. It was a refusal to accept a ceiling that answered the ceiling by building a taller version of himself. He would never say the word that his body had already spoken in the language of involuntary detonations and sleepless mornings and runs that started before dawn. He put his phone away and ran. 3 days passed. The League of Villains did not end with a fight. It ended with an absence. The communication channels went silent. The funding architecture, the accounts, the shell structures beneath the financial infrastructure that AFO had maintained through decades of accumulated criminal wealth froze without authorization codes that only AFO carried. Supply routes ceased. Safe houses that had been evacuated in the initial contraction remained empty. Operators who had retreated on AFO's order waited for the next order, and the next order never came. Kurogiri, the fogman, the warp gate transport, the logistics coordinator, was the last coherent piece of the organization. He operated for 72 hours after AFO's disappearance under the assumption that communication would resume. It did not. On the 4th day, he stopped activating his gates. On the 5th day, he was found by a pro-hero patrol in a Camino safe house, sitting in a chair, his fog body at minimum luminescence, his hands on the table in front of him. He did not resist arrest. He did not speak during processing. The League of Villains' final operational member entered custody without a word, and the organization that had been built across a century by the most powerful villain in Japanese history was over. The news covered it as a series of connected events. The facilities, the highway, the League's collapse. Editorial boards debated the connection between the Commission's investigation and the entity known as Blacklight. Intelligence analysts published papers on the anomaly of a criminal ecosystem failing without apparent hero intervention. The conversation was happening in spaces that Izuku would never enter and on channels that would never reach him. And it mattered exactly as much as it affected the 62 beats per minute of a sleeping child in a 6th-floor apartment. The days that followed carried a particular weight. Izuku stayed. He stayed in the safe house with Eri for 5 consecutive days, the longest stretch of physical stillness his body had experienced since the morgue. He cooked meals. He monitored her horn. He read to her from a children's book he bought at a convenience store wearing a face that no one would remember. He sat on the floor beside the bed while she slept and let the virus run at idle, the lowest combat readiness state it could tolerate, which was still more alert than any living security system on Earth. Eri recovered the way water fills a vessel, imperceptibly, constantly, without announcement. She started eating more. She started sleeping through the night without waking to check the door. She started speaking in sentences that contained more than 3 words. She asked him questions. Where are we? How long can we stay? What is outside? And he answered them with the patient completeness of someone who understood that every answered question was a brick in a foundation she was building for the first time. On the 4th day, she asked about his hands. She had seen them change, in the compound, in the fights, in the moments when the virus's architecture showed through the skin in patterns of black and crimson. She asked what he was. He told her. He told her everything. In simple terms, in a version that a 6-year-old could hold, but he did not lie. He was different. His body was different. He could do things that other people could not do. The people who made him this way were the same people who hurt her. He found her because of what they made him into. He kept her safe because of what they made him into. The thing that had been done to both of them, the table, the research, the hours of being taken apart by people who saw bodies instead of persons, was the same thing. He was the same as her. Eri listened. Her red eyes stayed on his face through the entire telling. When he finished, she reached forward and put her palm flat against his chest. His biomass ran warm beneath the skin. His heartbeat, the approximation the virus maintained, thumped against her hand at a rhythm that was close enough to human to reassure her. "You're warm," she said. "Yeah," he said. She left her hand there for a long moment. Then she pulled it back and asked for another glass of milk. On the morning of the 6th day, Izuku stood on the roof of the safe house building. Pre-dawn. The sky at the hour between black and blue, the specific quality of light that exists before the sun commits to rising, when the world belongs to whatever is awake in it, and everything else is still deciding whether to join. Eri was asleep. 62 beats per minute. 6 floors below and 6 kilometers from anywhere that had ever hurt her. Steady. Izuku stood on the roof edge. The city spread beneath him. The same city he had watched from this vantage a dozen times across the past months. The same lights, the same hum, the same millions of lives proceeding in their patterns. But the thing beneath those patterns had changed. The shadow infrastructure was gone. The hands that moved beneath the surface were consumed. The names on the list, every one of them, from the first dealer in Camino to the man on the highway, were crossed off and integrated and running through his biology as memory and mass and nothing more. He carried them all. AFO's 100 years settled in his consciousness alongside the memories of guards and researchers and enforcers and one old doctor who signed acquisition orders between bites of rice. He carried 400 years of combined human experience in a nervous system made entirely of viral biomass. He carried the full weight of everything they had done and everything they had known and everything they had been, and that weight was his now, permanently, the price of the path he had chosen to walk. He carried Ares' heartbeat, 62 beats per minute. The most important frequency in his world. The list was empty. Every name crossed off. The fury that had driven him since the morgue. The rage that started the moment he tore through polyethylene with fingers that were too long and too sharp and belonged to something that was no longer a 14-year-old boy had found its end. It was still there. It lived where it had always lived. It would never fully leave, the way scar tissue never fully becomes the skin it replaced. But it had run to the end of what it was chasing. It got there. The chain was finished. He was something the world had no framework for. The systems below, the hero system, the commission, the institutional structures that sorted power into categories of acceptable and unacceptable, had no box to put him in. He was beyond the strongest hero. He was beyond the worst villain. He occupied a space that their frameworks were never built to address, and their response to his existence would be whatever it was going to be, and he would face it the way he faced everything, on his own terms, at his own speed, with the full weight of what he was behind every decision. But the city was still the city, and the city still generated what it generated. The wards where the forgotten tried to survive, the places like Camino, where people disappeared and nobody investigated, where children grew up invisible because the systems designed to protect them were pointed at wealthier districts and higher profile threats. Those places were still full of the same thing they had always been full of. Predators. Small ones, the kind that didn't build empires or create bioweapons. The kind that operated in the gaps between what heroes patrolled and what the world actually did to people it decided did not matter. Izuku knew those gaps. He was born in them. The original Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy, the invisible one, the file in a registry that made him a valid target for acquisition, had lived his entire life in the space between what society protected and what it allowed to happen through indifference. That boy was dead, but the dead boy's love for the people in those gaps was alive in every cell of the organism that wore his face and carried his name. He was not a hero. The word did not apply to something that consumed people alive. He was not a villain. The word did not fit something that had spent 3 months eliminating every threat in its ecosystem with 0 civilian casualties. He was a third thing. A new category. Something that the sunrise below would never fully illuminate because it operated in the space between the light sources rather than under any single one of them. He looked out over the city. The sky began to lighten. The first color of dawn, a thin line of gold beneath the blue, broke across the eastern horizon and touched the tops of the tallest buildings. The first train of the morning moved along its route, visible as a line of light on the rail system 6 kilometers away. The sound of it reached him, a distant harmonic that the city produced at this hour every morning. The first pulse of a rhythm that would build through the day and carry millions of people through their lives without their awareness of what moved beneath the surface of their world. His hood was down. His green hair caught the early light. The freckles on his cheeks were visible in the growing dawn. The same freckles, the same pattern, the same face the virus chose to keep because it carried the weight of everything Izuku Midoriya had loved about being alive. His eyes were their natural green, the deepest green without a trace of red, the virus at rest for the first time in 3 months, running steady, running silent, the hunger banked rather than burning. He breathed. It sounded human. Whatever came next, because the city would always produce what came next, because the world did not stop creating predators just because the top of one chain had been removed. He would be here, in Camino's alleys, on the rooftops, above the forgotten wards, in the places where something hunted people too powerless to fight back, where heroes didn't patrol because the response time was too long and the district funding was too low, and the people inside were filed under the same category he had once occupied, invisible. He would be there. The first light broke fully above the horizon. The city shifted from the blue hour into the gold one. The buildings below lit up in sequence as the sun's angle found them, west to east, shadow retreating. The same city that had looked at a quirkless 14-year-old boy and filed him under impossible and moved on. It was still moving on. It would always move on. And in the spaces where it left people behind, in the cracks, in the forgotten blocks, in the gap between what society claimed to protect and what it actually allowed to exist. Something would be watching. Something that had walked through every level of this city's power structure from the bottom to the top and consumed everything that stood between a boy on a table and the man who put him there. Something that had earned its place at the apex through the specific, relentless, absolute refusal to stop until the list was empty and the people who made it necessary were gone. He pulled the hood back up. His eyes went red. The city carried on.
The hero roster. A massive salute to the legends backing this journey. Your support is what keeps the momentum at an all-time high and the dream moving forward. You guys are the absolute best. Pro heroes. The elite front line. Stepping up and setting the pace for the whole community. DA. Fire 05.
Symbol of peace. The pillars of the community, the titans who keep our foundation solid and the hype at an all-time high. Aries Bryant, Jonah Wheeler, T-Mac, XXHJRI3AS7X. Wolf, Hyper Beams, Michael Murphy, Grand Region Kell, Sin Hunter, Deshaun Jones, Logan Bland, Alexander Johannes, Alex Morgan, Ray Various, Blaze, That Other Guy Too, Chad Reynolds, Zachariah Allison, T. Mackey 68 Rimuru, Nuh-uh, Kelvin Bowman, AZ Othros, Dweller of the Deepest Depths, Lone Wolf, The Lone One, Jacob Rops, Bully McGuire Shadow, Ameri B, Neostar Productions, Aciel Cardenas, Shaquan Simmons, Thunder, Elijah Saunders, Peter Hamilton, Freddie Rose, Omega, Akuma no Akami, Chris Talley, Remorsefuls, Black Vein, Joshua Hedrington, Aaron Abercrombie, Drift SK8er, Akeno Himejima, Corey Tokars, Kwan Yen Thompson, Yan, Devin Black, Crow, Dasher Games, Joe Bros, Rai Von Crimson River, Dante Alistor, Adam Yonkers, Blood Saints, Donna Cafe, Zeph, Howie60, Ignacio, Carlos Terry. Hope of the universe, the ultimate guardians, celestial tier supporters whose impact literally shines across the galaxy. Voidwrought, Chaos Umbre, Noroi Uzumaki Uchiha, Keishon, Tayshawn Palmer, Coldbane 4, The Maniac 563, Debs, LS Morningstar, Marl, Spintown, Ike's Shoot 50, Greg Green, James, Juan, Zeno KJ. This man walked into hell shirtless with a smile, dropped the biggest villain in history, and still had time to protect a broken little girl. Absolute unit. If you want more unfiltered Blacklight Deku chaos, smash like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. We're just getting started.